All right. I believe I have solved my technical difficulties now, but only time will tell. I've tested it and it seems to still be working. So I think I've fixed OBS's issues somewhat. I am not going to talk too soon, but the only way to know is to try it out. No, I didn't get booted. Something happened with OBS. OBS is the platform that I use to stream, to manage anything, all the windows and everything, and it just kept dropping out of the screen capture. So I've done some troubleshooting, and I think it's working now. I don't know what was going on, and I can't seem to isolate the problem. So anyway, fuck yeah, we're back. Go Van in the house first. Ravy Baby back as well. Sometimes OBS launches buggy. Yeah. Yes, I guess. I hope it's just that. Because I haven't experienced this one before. So let's go with that. Hobo Joe's back. The return of the E4S in the house too. Did you get censored? No censored. Just technical difficulties. I wish it was more sexy like that. And I did get censored or something, but it's definitely not sexy. It's just technical. Boring. So anyway, what we were looking at just before we were rudely interrupted. Let me just see if this is actually still working. Yeah, it seems to be still working. I'm going to talk over this in the background then. What were we talking about before? Can you actually hear this?
Visit,
Can you hear the audio?
So the
Anyone?
visit, I hope that this visit can lay like a keynote visit, to lay the foundation for the future. I don't know how many years Trump will in the White House. At least 3 years, right?
Yep,
for the development.
All right. So what we were looking at before Trump's touchdown in China. Guess who's back again? E is back. Tell a friend. Yeah, we were looking at just like Trump, stepping off the plane and all the pageantry and stuff like that. And I wanted to go and have a look at more pageantry. And so I've isolated Chinese TV to get a source on this. I think we were speculating on the fact that Chinese people don't really give a fuck and they haven't made a big deal about this. But we've got some Chinese TV that is reporting on this. So let's get a Chinese perspective on this big state visit. We were talking about the significance of something like this. Coming together, a clash of the titans, two big superpowers and two big egos most probably, and what they would be like in a room together. And we're gonna, after we look at the nice ceremonial stuff, we'll get into actually having a look at what people are talking about in terms of what these two are going to be actually negotiating on, what terms they have. Yesterday we deep dive, I would think, into what possibly could be going on here. I think that very much the vibe out there is the US is kind of a wounded animal at the moment. So it's going down and it doesn't have all of the cards in the negotiation, but wounded animals can be very dangerous. So China's got to be careful about how it pokes the bear. But people have speculated, seem to have the vibe that China's got more of the cards, if not all of the cards in this little arena at the moment. I don't know if it's that cut and dry. America and China are intricately linked to one another for their own economic prowess. China can't survive without the US dollar system. And the global currency in its current form and still rise. I think it needs America to be that top dog for it to continue to kind of do what it wants to and progress outside of having to be the world hegemon. And it actually enjoys not having to cop the heat that America cops. To give it to Say and Xi, who's always pissed off that people are criticizing America. It's not easy being number one because everyone's super critical of you. And I think China understands that they are going to be once they become unquestionably superpower number one, everyone's also going to be criticizing the fuck out of them and watching their every move, which is exactly what the world does all the time with the US. And so I think China fully relies on America being that absorber of all the world's attentions, and is able to just do whatever the fuck it wants in the background. And so they have a fully dialectical relationship, these two, and they rely on each other to exist. It's not an antagonistic relationship as such, as more as it is a mutual relationship. And seeing Trump and Xi come together is going to be interesting because there's a lot of things riding at the moment on the world stage. And more than just like, let's see what they do about Iran. Like, it's important, but I would say technologically, like the future of the human race is hanging in the balance a little bit. And like, who has Trump brought with him? A whole bunch of fucking tech bros, let's be honest. So like, big important stuff going on with this situation. It's gonna get hot. It's gonna get so hot. Everybody's saying it. It's so hot right now. It's so goddamn hot. What are your current thoughts on the yuan? And it's so easy to criticize the US nowadays. Like, it is. Like, goddamn, do they give us material? One of my thoughts on the yuan, I think the yuan is a piece of architecture that is ready to take over from the US dollar system. But like, with any, and this is the China is so smart when it comes to this stuff. Like, with any new thing, you don't just like, it doesn't just start anew. Like, let's just say for some reason the US dollar system collapses. China doesn't be like, all right, well, now we're going to unveil our currency kind of thing. And hopefully everyone takes that. Like, you started off years in advance and like really low profile that shit. And then just see organically people using it. You can get the bugs out of the system. You can see what works, what doesn't work. And that's what they're doing with the yuan. I think they've set up a currency that could be an alternative to the US dollar system with the yuan. And they're just letting it play out. They're just watching how it goes, monitor it, see if people pick it up, how they use it, etc., etc. And like, it's kind of be ready as an alternative and then to rise to prominence. Like kind of how China used to exist as a superpower on the world stage, like around the birth of capitalism. Like, they controlled silver and they wanted silver, and so they controlled their own currency, and everybody wanted silver so they could trade with China. And that's actually one of the things that started off world capitalism in the first place. People getting access to silver so they could deal with China and China's vast industries. So yeah, all right, let it raid. Yeah, we need to go back to the gold standard. You know what? Like, it makes sense in like aspirationally the gold standard, but like in a world of like incredible capital, and like value out there now, I just don't think the gold standard would ever live. It just could never. Backing everything with gold could never capture all of the trade that happens in an advanced world economy that we have today. So like, it's just gone. We need currency that is able to absorb the amount of commerce that happens on the world stage. Jesus Christ, Trump's entourage is like Epstein boys vacay. That's pretty funny. It is a little bit like that, isn't it? Yeah, it's like Epstein 2.0, Epstein after Epstein crew. All right, let's just quickly divert here for you, 4IS. You have to do it. Actually, this would be a good test to see how things work. Oh my God, let it ride. Fuck
yeah,
it.
But wait, $350,000. That means if we won again, it would be $12.25 million.
We could save the town and be super rich. Oh, hell yeah, let it ride.
Let it ride, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
What the hell are they doing? Let's go, 31. Let's see it.
Ah.
True, red, you lose.
Oh, damn it.
So good. What the round eyes will not know yet. Very good. All right, let it ride. Tell me you guys could see that. Could you see that? My God, tell me you could see that. Let me just check if this is still working. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think we're back online. I wonder what happened before. Oh, well. Whatever. It's good. It's good. We're good in the hood. All right, back to China.
Sorry to interrupt now, but you're now watching the live picture of the motorcades of the presidents driving down the Chang'an Avenue. That's the biggest thoroughfare in Beijing, in front of the Tiananmen Square. That's the Forbidden City you are watching right there. Both presidents had a tour in the Forbidden City last afternoon, I should say.
Yeah, these are stunning pictures here. All these sites are very well known all over the world. It's interesting seeing this street, which is usually clogged with traffic. It's right next to Tiananmen Square, which is a huge tourist attraction filled with thousands of people. It's interesting watching this now all cleared out for this very grand ceremony where President Xi will welcome President Trump to the great Hall of the People there, which is the seat of power for Chinese government. As our guest just mentioned, it was just last month that President Xi delivered his very long, grand speech to the Communist Party, the People's Congress there, and is now emerging here to meet President Trump.
All right.
On the front steps.
Yeah, you're now watching the president of People's Republic of China, President Xi Jinping, alongside with First Lady, Madam Peng Liyuan, stepping out, just emerged from the building of the Great Hall of the People. They're stepping down the red carpet. They're there to welcome the United States President Donald Trump. This is a state welcome ceremony. You know, protocol is very important in the Chinese governance and diplomacy. If you're familiar with Chinese culture, and such events are usually carefully choreographed down to the smallest detail. And China obviously want to send out a message that U.S. President Donald Trump is well respected here. And whether that will play out,
what do they call him
into
there
China's
in
advantage,
China?
Whether that will accomplish
they
on the
was talking about it yesterday. They were like, oh, they call him nation builder Trump, and it's not because like they believe that he's doing a great job nation building in the US, but they believe because he is, what would be the right word, so erratic in his foreign policy and his domestic policy decisions that every time he does something, it just ends up benefiting China and China's rise to domination or supremacy. So they call him nation builder Trump in China. So good. The nation builder himself.
Like a view standpoint that remains to be seen, though.
Yeah, as you mentioned here, everything is perfectly choreographed. This is really beginning almost to the second on time here as we see this big ceremony unfold here on live television broadcast all over the world. The Chinese government has said repeatedly that they are going out of their way to...
This is not the right one. This is wrong. This is from fucking 2017. This isn't even the right one. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, man. May both nations prosper in peace and remain free from war 7 hours ago. This is fucking 8 years ago, this comment. Oh, man. This isn't even the right one. Fucking boo. Come on. Gum and Cheese Wing, how you going? Lame. We're watching the old one. Let's see if CG NT
of Mr. Trump's
has
victory
something from this one. New China TV. CG TN Trump visit. Let's go. Morning, mate. Gum and Cheese Wing in the house. How you going? Streamed 12 hours ago. That's the right one. There we go. Let's see. Lame. Look at that communist efficiency. Everything down to the second. It doesn't look like there's been anything special. It's just him coming off the plane.
Taiwan is so far away from the United States, and it's just within inches of China.
They haven't had any ceremonies yet. Boo. Lame. I wanted to see all the pageantry. Anyone? Trump in Beijing. No show yet. Lame. Alright, I guess we don't get to see any fucking shows today. I was hoping that we would get to see a show. But we're too early, I guess. Way too early. Alright. On to the next one then. Let's have a look at this piece here. Maybe this will give us some extra insight into his arrival. I think the audio and everything's still working though. Let's have a look. Everything seems to be okay.
Welcome, they cried. as President Trump landed in Beijing today with a phalanx of executives, including his old frenemy Elon Musk, who hoped the summit...
Remember last year when we were watching them fucking make all this big deal about how Elon Musk over here and Trump had a falling out, and all of us plebs were supposed to believe that they weren't friends anymore? Hey, bloody out-of-date commie propaganda. I know, it's not even the right commie propaganda. Outrageous. Remember we were supposed to believe that Trump and Musk were not friends anymore, and like he gave him a golden key or something, and then Musk wrote some stuff about him and the Epstein files. Like, it just shows how contrived all of this is. Like, they're best buddies again. They're traveling on an Air Force One, just like Epstein used to do back in the day, can I just say? And like hanging out together. They're hanging out together just fine. It actually makes you think about the entire Epstein situation, because like some people put it down to like the round of Epstein controversy that we've had recently was all like, oh, remember Musk started this by doing that X post where he called Trump, like, you know, called him out for being in the files and no one's investigating it. And like, you know, they did end up going after that whole thing for a long time. And like nothing changed. Nothing happened. Trump's still in power. He just dismissed everything. He used the Department of Justice to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do and clear out evidence. And like everyone's kind of forgotten about it. And these guys are fucking besties again. Elon Musk and Trump hanging out together in China. Look at all those smug capitalist overlords. We are just being taken for a ride, man. It's, you know, us little people, we have no idea what these guys are really doing at the heights of power.
Will help them make more money in China. Off he went in the Beast, the presidential limousine. Not quite such a dramatic drive as that of Daniel Craig, aka James Bond, who has swapped his Aston Martin for a BYD, a Chinese electric car. How times change. Chinese car factories, which unlike their US equivalents produce almost entirely electric vehicles, are increasingly automated. Although the US still produces more advanced computer chips, China is quickly incorporating AI into manufacture and everyday life.
Like, hear the propaganda machine on this one as well, or the manufacturing consent machine. Like, I don't know why they have to make this an important thing to say, or not. I don't know why. It's relevant, but they're like, oh, look at how amazing their manufacturing is. They basically are making cars without humans now. China. They've got dark factories, as we have discovered on this stream before. Dark factory meaning there's no lights usually turned on in them because it's just all robots that work in there. It's all just automated. And they're like, oh, look how fucking fantastic or amazing the future looks. But don't worry, America's still got better chips than the Chinese do. That's all that matters. As long as they've got their chips. Look at all the incredible stuff that's going on over here in their manufacturing sector. But as long as America's got chips, don't worry, West. You'll be fine.
But President Trump still thinks tariffs are the way to rebalance trade.
Unfortunately, I don't think Trump really grasps the full scale of what China's trying to do on technology. I think that there's still a fairly outdated view in Washington that China is the source of low-end manufacturing, of cheap goods. I think Trump will be making a mistake to assume that kind of China is the one that he's dealing with. It's a different country.
Look at the dark factories, kind of man. Look at that. Yeah, that reminds me of like those industrial cities in like the first 3 Star Wars movies. Not the originals, but like 1, 2, and 3, where you have all the droids being manufactured by machinery. It looks so fucking dark and dystopian. Guess that's what happens when you don't need human labor anymore.
Is the one that he's dealing with. It's a different country with a different global reach and a different relationship with the US and the rest of the world economy.
That's obvious from last year's military parade in Beijing. Gliding through a People's Liberation Army parade.
You mean Genosis? Yes. Do you remember when they're like fighting and like they're in that factory that's just completely automated, making droids and stuff? With the flying aliens, the bug ones? Yes. Yeah, doesn't that make you think of that? Even the Rhodesian at my work was impressed with Shanghai when he went there last week. Did you just call someone a Rhodesian? Very interesting choice of words there. I can see that. Yeah, what's not to be impressed with, eh?
Like a latter-day emperor. Not that it means he's on the brink of invading Taiwan. Ever the autocrat, he's recently fired dozens of generals, so that may have to wait. He was with his natural allies.
FYI, that Chinese car is stupid expensive and it's a terrible car. Which is that one? The one that James Bond was driving around in. He fought in the Bush Wars. About as Rhodesian as you get, LOL. Look at that marching compared to the US. I'm cackling. It's crazy, isn't it? Were you here last year when we watched this? We watched this ceremony last year. And then just after it, we watched the 250th parade for the inception of the American Army. And that was also coincidentally on Trump's birthday. And like the level of class and finesse. I know we're just watching like toy soldiers and stuff like that, but like the level of class and finesse was just starkly different. The Chinese just look so much more pristine. I watched it on my own for my own nerd reasons. Yeah, fair enough. But like it was just incredible watching the Chinese one and then watching the US one, and the US one had these giant screens with like corporate advertisers on them. They're like, the American Army brought to you by like fucking Palantir or fucking Walmart or whatever it was. It was so strange. It was so strange. It was crazy. An absolute joke. To the point I almost thought they might be throwing it and protest marching.
Autocrats like him. President Trump may nurse a little envy for those who are never countered. But there the similarity ends.
They couldn't be more different. These two men, Xi's style is careful, cautious, and always trying to project at least an air of evenness. That's the message that he wants to.
America, brought to you by Pfizer. Trust the science. So good. Whose science, though, eh? Who's peddling this science, this Scientology?
Send to the world that China is a steady, reliable global leader. And I think the message from Trump is that America has leverage and is unpredictable. And you don't quite know where or how he might act next.
They do, of course, have a real war to address. The Iranian foreign minister met his Chinese counterpart in Beijing last week, but Trump was somewhat breezy about it.
What is that about? Like they've been bum rushing Scientology, what, like places of worship? They've just been running into them and like taking videos and stuff. Gen Z has successfully shut down Scientology. Speed runs, LOL. But like, what is it? Like, they just go in there and like film them and stuff? Like, they just crash Scientology events? They have removed the door handles from the building now. Right. US AI stocks jumped prior to this meeting. Interesting. I wonder... just try to run as far in the building before they get caught. And so like it's a thing and they're doing this on like TikTok and stuff like that. Isn't that hilarious? I wonder if that is the new form of protest. It'll just be like kids doing stuff that is like anti-establishment and just filming themselves while they do it. Speed running into Scientology buildings. Very interesting. Safe to assume that the science that lied about COVID are telling the truth about the climate. Yes, because they are all the same scientists, right? The people that work for Pfizer are the same people that are working on climate science. See, like it's so close, your critique of things. It's so like they're the exact same people, right? That are working on virology, that are working on climate science. Very interesting stuff. It's so close, dilemmas. Like it's good, but like just at the end there. Very interesting. Very interesting. Like the final analysis is missing. If you just said like maybe the people that control the scientists are the ones that are like, you know, controlling the narrative and just using it for whatever purpose they want. Like so close though. That's also the past of protesting. It's the institutions, I'd argue. You are so close yet so far away. That's just how protesting works. Yeah. Interesting. All right. What are we going to look at? Punter's Politics podcast has a Richard Dennis versus Jack Henderson pod. Okay. I think I saw that come up. Who is Jack Henderson? I saw Richard Dennis's face. I was like, oh, it's on. But I didn't know who he was arguing against. And it was about like, I don't know what, like negative gearing or something. Whoa. I can't have my revolutionary leader become a science denier. Well, like it just depends what science we're talking about here, right? And this is the thing, like, is it the science that is peddled by the state, the capitalist state, to support their interests? Or is it like science by scientists? Like they're very, very different things. That's what I'm saying. Like it's so close to the final analysis that science is co-opted by capitalists or capital. Well, maybe not even capitalists. The interest of capital to do its bidding. It's so close. Hey, trust the science when it suits your narrative. But like it's just like, but like to say that the same people that are doing science on, I don't know, yeah, virology are the same people that are doing the science on climate change is very strange though. Some tosser real estate investor. Ah, okay. Jack Henderson. All right, fair enough. Maybe we might have to have a look at that then. Whoa. AKA, what Mystery is saying, it is the technocrat making the final call or the politician capitalist. A healthy amount of skepticism should follow across the board in my mind, which is the suiting of the narrative that you're talking about that you don't support. Like skepticism, of course, but like skepticism for the sake of skepticism. So it's like, well, they lied to us about COVID, so they must be lying to us about climate science. Like, I just don't know about that. That's why we trust peer-reviewed research and source the sources. But like even then, like there's holes in that, I would argue as well. Because like a lot of the peer-reviewed research, or the research itself, is just done by people who can get grants. So like people that can get grants are people that are just like obviously chasing money. And the people that can afford to give grants a lot of the time, not always, aligned with capitalistic interests. Skepticism isn't the same as whataboutism. It's such a powerful term now as well, isn't it? Whataboutism. It's really coming home to roost. What did you say before, Ravi? Like AI prices or stocks went up. Give me an AI company and see if this is true. Like what? Who's with him though? Musk. Let's go with Musk's. Let's go with Tesla. I don't know. Is that all under one though? Tesla. Was his one day? Oh, you're right. It has jumped a bit, hasn't it? Musk just touches down in Beijing in the last like so many hours and boop. The stock price goes up. Can you see that? You're not pointing out hypocrisy. There's no logic. There's no hypocrisy there. You're just like, here, look at this thing over here. Look at this unrelated science. And they lied about this unrelated science. So there must be, all science is now wrong. You can't trust any science. It's not hypocrisy. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm trying to understand it, but it's just not working. Like, all science is now wrong. We must throw all science out the window now. For Albert to buy a cliffside mansion, he must believe in the melting polar collapse. Surely. That's why you source where the sources come from. The group includes billionaire advisors and CEOs such as Elon Musk. Tim Cook. Yep, Tim Cook. I wonder if they've gone up. Yeah, Jensen Huang, NVIDIA. I heard about that. Larry Fink, BlackRock. And Stephen, what's this? Schwarzman. Blackstone and BlackRock. Oh no. Okay, here's another one here. What about, yeah, let's do Apple. Let's see like Apple shares then. Let's see if that's gone up since they've touched it. Oh my God, you're not lying. Look at that. Just in the last, what, few hours, I guess. That's crazy. Since these guys touched down. Like, what's that? But it's like not much. Like, we need some, oh my God, it's just been naturally rising over the last month. What about NVIDIA then? In a day isn't that crazy these days. Sorry, 1 to 2%. Yeah, fair enough. NVIDIA seems to have, yeah, stuck around, I guess. But like a little bit of a jump here though. Like so what are we talking about? 222 to 227. It's a nice day's training. Moobles in the house. Grew. We're going to meet Tom Cruise. Minions. Yay. Welcome to the chat, Moobles. Hope you're well. All right, back to China and the China meeting.
Well, he left Washington.
I have a great relationship with President Xi, and I think it's going to remain that way. We have a lot of things to discuss. I wouldn't say Iran is one of them, to be honest with you, because we have Iran very much under control.
Well.
Scare out.
That is not the propaganda that we've been hearing. Well, the stuff that we've been hearing like people speak about in the lead up to this visit is like, oh, look, Trump wanted to have fucking Iran cleared up before meeting with Xi. And in the background, they are asking for assistance with opening up the strait again. They're talking to the Chinese and asking them to help out. So like Trump, he's playing it. He's doing a little bit of bluffing there, Mr. Businessman and out of the deal. We don't need to talk to them about Iran. Fuck that. We got Iran covered. NVIDIA guy is there to try to stop them bleeding money. Interesting. NVIDIA is still under limitations. They want to increase trade capacity, allowing their product to be sold to China. Currently, it isn't. NVIDIA guy is there to try and stop them bleeding money. Trump's no good, almost like we should drastically cut the power and the scope of government so when bad actors get elected, they don't ruin things. So you're like an anarchist all of a sudden now? Like you're just like, that's it. No government, no heads of state. Look at what happens. I'm not joking about the nerd reasons. LOL. Yeah, got it. NVIDIA spends $0 on advertising. You spelled communism wrong, Ravy. NVIDIA doesn't need advertising.
This year's most popular Chinese spy thriller about a mole within the Chinese system leaking intelligence on 6th-generation fighter jets to the West.
Whoa,
the choreography
that's
of the
crazy.
next 2 days.
Look, a movie with an evil white dude. What was the theory that Chris Tucker has in Rush Hour? It is like, there's always a rich white man or evil rich white man behind everything. And they always uncover them in Rush Hour movies. Behind every plot in the world, there's a rich white guy that's behind it. you're watching this for the first time or you are new here, make sure you follow or subscribe for more. And if you haven't already and you're watching on YouTube, make sure you caress that like button. Do some nice things to it. Activate the like button, should I say. Moves, yes. Just had to move last minute. Been nearly homeless, etc. Fun in real life things. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, I hope you're going okay now. Hope you will. NVIDIA are worried about becoming obsolete if China outpaces them by making their product available. It prevents them being overtaken entirely. Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it? That if like you do give people stuff, then they stop looking for alternatives and they might not take over too fast. Very interesting. All right, back to it.
Will be just as tightly produced, but both sides hope somewhat less eventful.
Lindsay Hilson there. Well, earlier I spoke to Yiling Liu from the Tarbell Center for AI Journalism in Philadelphia, whose writing explores how technology shapes Chinese society. I began by asking her how President Trump and President Xi's different leadership styles might inform their relationship.
Immensely difficult. I think they already face so many obstacles in terms of just how much tension and mistrust has built up between the two countries over the past few years. And so they're already dealing with that context. And as you say, they have completely different leadership styles. I think President Xi is very much thinking in terms of the long game. He is very strategic. He's able to think in 5-year, 10-year plans, whereas President Trump seems to be operating on a very kind of short feedback loop where he's responding to events immediately as they come. And I think it's very hard, particularly on the Chinese side, for any type of easy policymaking to be done with regards to the United States because U.S. policymaking is so unpredictable.
And it is a very different China, isn't it, than the one President Trump visited just under 10 years ago?
Yes, certainly. I'd say the biggest transformation would be COVID and the pandemic and how transformative that's been on Chinese society. I think China has become significantly more kind of closed than it has been in the past. In 2016, I think it was perhaps a lot more open to the outside world. I think China has kind of emerged on the global stage as a much more powerful player. I think a lot of kind of other countries outside of the US have now increasingly turned to China.
It's so warped hearing the mainstream. I've completely forgot what the mainstream media is like when they talk about China. Like, they're really making it out like all of a sudden they've just realized that China is a fucking powerhouse and has like incredible political sway on the global stage. They're just like, oh, everyone's just realizing that China is important to the world. Like, who do they think the world's populations are? Like, do they think that we're all that dumb? That we can't see for ourselves how huge and important China is for like so many things, and we're just putting 2 and 2 together. It's crazy. Moves, yeah. Thank you. I'm having to search out new contracts because the company I had one with did a bit of legal oopsie, but that's also good. Now I just go back to my usual programming of yelling at the Prime Minister. Ravi, yeah, because they're all old. They're all old. The dinosaurs roam the earth once more. Do you think China would have progressed as much on the infrastructure front had it not been for COVID? What infrastructure front? Like their own physical infrastructure? Or like some other related infrastructure, like tech infrastructure? What are you talking about? And they're in a parliament near you. Jet in the house. How you going? It's all become obsolete with quantum computers that can break cryptography, or whatever releases that come from that will make the Epstein files look like a footnote. Wow. God damn. The only reason I downloaded the SBS app was to watch SAS Rogue Heroes. Great show. They literally had so much anti-Chinese economic propaganda where they just keep insisting China will crash, that they just didn't. I guess you're right. I guess the story for so long is just like, yeah, don't worry about China. They're just going to fucking crash completely. And like, it's all going to just be like, don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. And now they're openly talking about how unimportant China is. I guess that is what is happening in the manufacturing consent machine at the moment. They're just like, yeah, we always knew China was coming. That's very interesting. Is Ben Roberts-Smith a rogue hero? Ooh, contentious. If they deny the propaganda, they admit its failure. I was just thinking that the level of Eurocentric USA thinking, that they think their audience is like, I know all your products say made in China, but it has no economic consequences. It's fucking mental, isn't it? Like, what world do these people live in? But I think Moobles, you've hit the nail on the head there. Like, I think they actually believed all of the, look, China might have risen to power, but it's just it's built on matchsticks, and it's gonna come crumbling down any second now. Any second we'll be there. Any second. All of it. During the pandemic, they had to direct capital somewhere. So they spent a ton building out their transportation, energy, and digital, etc. Yeah, same thing happened in 2008, apparently, during the global financial crisis. Like, people were struggling, and China couldn't just continue doing business with everyone on the world stage. So they doubled down internally on like those ghost cities that everyone complained about. And yeah, just like doubled down on construction. They just built. Like, so the story goes, and so I've only heard this anecdotally, but China in like 2008 or around that time, for like a period of like 3 or 4 years, used more concrete than the entire amount of concrete used by the USA for the whole of the 20th century. And like, let's talk about, like, let's be serious. America's like development, like post-war, pre-war, post-war, but like in the 20th century was huge, and the expansion. And so like they used more concrete in like 3 or 4 years after the GFC than America did in a whole century. That's fucking mental. The whole century. So like running with your theory now, like look at all they did after COVID or during COVID. Like, you could only imagine the scale of the infrastructure build out that would have happened with a population of like, 1 billion people. How much infrastructure would have been built while no one could like do international travel for COVID, and like what they did to their own country just to keep the machine going. Like, like we wouldn't be able to comprehend what they did with their infrastructure over the COVID period. Like, remember when we were watching some of those like Chinese mega projects kind of thing, and we were looking at the scale of those like transit hubs that they have, where all the train stations from all over China come together and link in some area, as well as like other forms of transport, and they link in these like just ginormous buildings, the scale of which we would never understand in the West. We just don't have the perception to understand this, and it's things that like should take like 10 years to build, just because of how gargantuan they are, and they do them in like 5 years, and like they can't even get enough human labor to make them, so they're using robots, not because they're trying to push the robot, but because they actually need the robots to fill in the gaps, because there's just not enough laborers to work on such a gargantuan project kind of thing. And that's again coming from a country that just has a fucking incredible population. Where's Han to make a snarky remark about how many bridges are still standing? Yes, that's right. Every time we talk about like China's infrastructure, someone's like, have you seen this? And there's somewhere with like an earthquake and like a bridge falls down. They're like, see, we got him. China is a farce. Just like this bridge, they're going to fall any minute now. Any minute. Concrete. It's good for the environment. LOL. See? I told you they were evil. They're the only people that use concrete. Australia, housing crisis. Also Australia. LOL, look at China building houses. What losers. China's version of Infrastructure Week has lasted for 20 years now. That's crazy. Violent Queen, that's part of why we have a sand shortage. A sand shortage. Australia is literally just sand on the coast and the interior. Isn't that crazy? Why would we, like, you mean like the global we or Australia we? Violent Queen's in the house. How you going, by the way? Dilemmas. If we want to build like China and completely ignore environmental impact, that might be a selling point. It's almost like communism actually works. Nah, it's not communism. Don't say that. It's just having a communist party. That's what works. Fuck communism. Just need a communist party. It's time to start up a party of our own. It looks like we have a lot of sand left, but you need fresh, hard, sharp corners on it. It needs to be new sand, not like desert sand, etc. Got it. We have enough cows. We make poo bricks. We can make poo bricks. At the street level, China was very clean because no one cares. Breaks the rules because they are scared of the consequences. Wow. Like in light of the conversation we're having about immense infrastructure, like that's where your mind goes, dilemmas. It's like, yeah, nobody wants to break the rules because they're scared. Yeah. Very interesting. Psychology. Isn't it? Han is obsessed with bridges because he's made such an art form of burning them. These is what breathes life into Han, isn't it? It would be hard for any country to do what China did. They would have to buy up most of the sand supply. We need some of that. There's a mega dam in China currently being built by AI. Ooh, I'll have a look at that. All the sand is in the soil of my fucking yard. And Australia isn't building dams because we have heaps of dams. What do you mean? Personal properties have dams? That's true. And they are an environmental issue. JB, China is definitely communist. They just shitpost with capitalism because they don't believe in it. In the same way Marx owned stocks and Engels had factories. Interesting. Have they seen the amount of dams farmers have been rejected to build from local councils? We still have more camels than the Arabian Peninsula. Wonder how their shit holds as bricks. This is a very interesting conversation going on here. Let's get back to the Chinese.
As a kind of source of leadership, given the erosion of the leadership in the United States. And so, it's on one hand exerting much more influence on the global stage, but on the other hand, not as kind of open and freewheeling as it was 10 years ago.
President Trump arrived with a huge group of industry bosses, including Tesla's Elon Musk. But before...
Right, fucking banking executives, people that own the stock market, a couple of tech bros, they were leaders of industry. What the fuck is she talking about? Eh? They're just fucking economic elites. Mega rich. The top echelon of the bourgeoisie.
A huge group of industry bosses, including Tesla's Elon Musk. But before he went, he posted on social media, I'll be asking President Xi to open up China so that these brilliant people can work their magic and help bring the People's Republic to an even higher level. How will that go down with the Chinese?
I think he's probably trying to open up the Chinese economy and ensure that, the Chinese government allows Chinese consumers and businesses to buy from American businesses. It's hard to say how that's going to go down. I think there is a part of what Trump is saying that may be wishful thinking.
Does it benefit them both to race separately, to pursue out-and-out competition with each other? Or is there some sort of argument for cooperation in this area?
I think there's huge incentive to cooperate in this area, or perhaps huge necessity to cooperate in this area. I think both countries are perhaps incentivized to race, especially the tech companies in both countries are incentivized to race because it allows them to kind of use this race with China narrative, for example, to justify a rolling back of regulation or to kind of accelerate ahead without guardrails. But in terms of, looking at our common humanity and the safety of all people around the world, there's huge necessity to collaborate. There's a lot of risks that these advanced AI models can bring.
And in terms of that,
yes, it makes sense if we cooperate, like the Chinese and the Americans. Yes, it does. Less risk of the world being plunged into chaos would be nice, but not always in the interests of the capitalists that they've taken along for the adventure on the Chinese or the American side. Let's be honest. Right, if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button, touch it, be nice, don't do anything drastic. If you're watching this for the first time, subscribe for more or follow for more on Twitch. You know how it is.
Question of the upper hand. Obviously, President Trump goes to China in the midst of the war with Iran. On that issue, he certainly doesn't have the upper hand, does he, at the moment? He is desperate, presumably, for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen. He will be wanting the Chinese to leverage some pressure against the Iranians.
I can assume that discussions of Iran will be on the table, and he does seem to want the war to end very quickly, and China will be perhaps a big player in that.
Yiling Liu, thank you very much.
Apparently not. Trump said himself, he said he's not asking China for help, so take that back. What would you know, with all your speculation? Shame on you. Shame on you. All right, I got to do this because it's just a tradition now. But let's see what Fox Business has to say about what's going to happen in this China visit, Trump stuns Beijing with blunt warning. This is how you do diplomacy. You go to someone's country and you give them a blunt warning. I'm coming to get you. What lazy thumbnail work from Fox Business this is as well. Can I just say? So lazy. Come on, they couldn't even cut that part out. It's 3 seconds in Photoshop we're talking here. Fucking hell. Somebody in the social media team needs to go down. LOL, Trump went crawling to China. I just saw it. I've just emailed my local council to dam the Strait of Hormuz. That's pretty funny. Does he want the war to end? Yeah, fair question. If you look at a global theory of imperialism, right? Why would he want the war to end? He's making such bank. Or his strategic interests have completely sorted having the strait shut down right now. They've gotten rid of OPEC. They've destroyed OPEC. And people have to look for alternative energy sources now. China's feeling the burn of not having access to it. Asia is crippled and having to look for alternatives as well. It's everything's looking up Trump at the moment with Hormuz. As much as they talk about opening it up, everything's looking up American interests at the moment, especially for American oil production. 2 Fox Business clips in a week. Oh, you spoil me. I try. We're also allowed to do board during the summer. That's still ongoing licensing. The USD is dependent on turnover, number of transactions. A downturn is less transactions. Everyone in YouTube, activate the like button. American leaders of industry booming. Absolutely. G.Y. I'm assuming that must be what? Gay? Potentially. All right. Number of transactions in a downturn, I meant. Sorry. The USD is dependent on turnover. Number of transactions in a downturn is less transactions. yes, the USD is dependent on people using the USD, but like I would say that, you know, someone like China is integral to keeping that system afloat. And that's why Trump is there with people like BlackRock, Blackstone. I think there's someone from Goldman Sachs that's there as well. Like, he's brought the financial power brokers of Wall Street with him for this business deal. And they're like, hey, you need to keep on recycling American debt for us. You keep buying stuff in USD, and we'll keep buying your shit. We'll keep, you know, you enjoy your trade surplus. Well, we can fucking turn your surplus off at the Malacca Strait if we really want to. We can make life hard for your little surplus economy. But if you want to keep on, you know, enjoying your upward trajectory, make sure you keep on using US dollars. I reckon that's why these big heavy hitters are there, to talk about the use of the USD and making sure it continues. And like I said, like, China doesn't want to become the world reserve currency and the global currency. Not yet. It's too early. Finally, in the short term, it seems good for USA with oil prices, but long term, there's less use of USD. Oh yeah, that's why he went crawling. It's to make a detente, like the Soviets went to the US at the end. Interesting. Very interesting. I activated the like button so well. Now it follows me around like a lonely puppy. Iran trading in yen for a reason. Interesting. Yen? They're trading in yen. That's very interesting. I mean, Iran doesn't want the war to end because it hurts Trump in the midterms, which even with gerrymandering can't fix it for him. But flipping Fetterman to R could undo it all. Oh my god, autocorrect. Yen, like as in E, like yuan, maybe? Bibi also said that he was in the UAE for meetings and the UAE denied it. Yeah, well, they're all together, aren't they? Those ones against Iran, apparently. They are, but what are they going to give China to make it happen? We'll find out. I meant to say yuan, right? Yeah, well, what are they going to give China to make it happen? I don't know. Like, just continually bully them, potentially. They seem to be aggressive, and China seems to does want to have stability. They want the tariffs to end and the trade wars to end. Like, China prefers a stable environment for them to continue their ascension. They don't want anyone to stifle their ascension, I find. And like, that's what's potentially happening here, is like Trump is, as an agent of chaos, is able to just like, through his various dealings, is able to just fuck up the world economy for China. And like, that's the big bug. That's the big play here. Like I said before, everyone thinks that Trump is coming here without like all of the cards, and he's a wounded animal and he's going to be begging China for help with Iran. I think that may be true, but like, I don't think that means Trump or America doesn't have any cards. I think they have significant cards in the stake, in the sense that they can fuck up the world economy on a whim, and China needs the world economy to continue their rise to power. They're not in the hot seat right now. They're not the hegemon now. They don't have global control or control over the global economy. America does still, and can just fuck it up for the fun of it. Like, literally, like, that's what Iran has demonstrated, I think. Like, America really can just fuck shit up just because they can. And like, the world is suffering. Like, look at Asia at the moment. Like, people getting 4-day working weeks because they can't afford people to use petrol to get to work. Like, come on. That's cripples capitalism right there. And like, they don't give a shit. Americans don't give a fuck. Like all of America's allies were like, why didn't you tell us before you did this, before you bombed Iran? What were you thinking? You never said anything, you assholes. I remember when it started and everyone was asking, like, you know, all the different world leaders, did Trump tell you that he was going to do this? And they were like, no, he didn't. He didn't mention it, actually. I'm surprised about that. I think there's a big element of, like, what's going on is we still have control here. And if we feel like plunging the world into chaos, we will do it. And China wants the opposite of chaos on the world stage. So, like, anyway, long and the short of it, he has actually a lot more chips than people are making it out to be. Trump can just rule by decree. It takes so long for courts to reverse stuff. The voting will have a lot of less effect than people are thinking. Trump can write a new decree in a day. They could relax tensions in Taiwan, but with Taiwan and China talking recently, I don't think they have any plans there, to be honest. They still have cards, but I don't think they know how they work. I wouldn't put it past the US empire. Pretty clever, man. It will mess up the world, but we had to reduce our emissions / fuel use. And they did take 20% of all the oil out, so it is not being burnt at the moment. Everyone knew that they were going to do it. That's why I was tracking the carrier locations a fortnight before it happened. Someone is going to rip off Barnaby's mask and it will reveal a Chinese property investor who will say, I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling somethings. That's hilarious. Barnaby's tomato red skin was a foreshadowing that he was a commie. Yes, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Dude, Trump would love this shit, don't you reckon? He's just like, I've always wanted to be a dictator myself. And look at the way they cheer for me. I wish these people were American. How hilarious would it be if Barnaby and Pauline turned out to be CCP plants the whole time?
President Trump lands in Beijing for his first trip to China in almost 10 years. He's meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping for a two-day summit, and he's brought along with him a delegation of executives representing $12 trillion in American economic might. Welcome to the Big Money Show. I'm Brian Bremberg, along with my co-hosts Taylor Riggs, Jerry Willis, Jackie DeAngelis, and with us for the hour, he's bad to the bone, but we call him Mr. Sunshine, Rosecliff founder and managing partner Mike Murphy. Good to see you, sir.
Happy to be here.
All right. So what will it be? A massive trade reset, geopolitical deal-making, or another stalemate? Aisha Hasni is in Beijing with the latest. Hey there, Aisha.
Hey there, Aisha.
Hey there. We'll find out soon enough because the president is going to get straight to work starting tomorrow, Beijing time. The president previewed for us what he's going to be talking with Xi about. And the first thing he says he's going to make a request is for Xi to open up China to some of these business leaders that are coming along with him, part of this big delegation of tech and business CEOs. He wants China to do.
Some of those flag-waving women are the humanoid robots they've been working on because they don't want to risk women being in grabby distance from Trump. That's so good. Not even the Chinese would risk people like that. Eh? So good.
Business with them. He wants trade to be the topic of conversation coming out of this summit, but he also said
this human Bratz doll reading the news. She's so pretty. Hey, so facts. Hey. Are these people even real?
As he will have a long talk with Xi about Iran. He says he does not need China's intervention to get a deal with Iran, but he does note that it is China that stands to benefit the most from an open Strait of Hormuz because it gets a ton of oil from Iran. It is the biggest purchaser of the Iranian.
The delegation of tech. I can't believe they've just brushed over. They were just like, yeah, there's about $12 trillion represented in the fucking people that Trump has brought with him to negotiate with the Chinese. And they're just like, yeah, but on to Iran. It's like, hello? You just mentioned that he's brought along people that represent $12 trillion in the US economy. And now you want to talk about Iran? Been there, done that. Fuck Iran. $12 trillion. Trump's bringing the capitalist class, the most significant members of the American capitalist class, to meet Xi Jinping. This is bourgeois society right here, ladies and gentlemen. Like, just take a look at this. There's flag waving, and there is the richest and most powerful Americans standing around here with their state figurehead in front of them. And like, so Trump does the smiley stuff and the kissing of the babies and the shaking of the hands. But like all these pricks behind him, they're really the ones that control the American economy. They own the means of production. And so like Trump is their representative. If you thought that, you know, democracy wasn't about representative politics, you were wrong. Because like, there is their representative. Trump is their representative. Like, crazy pick if you ask me, but whatever. Trump is their representative, and these are his constituents. People that own or represent $12 trillion in the US economy, and they are coming along as an entourage to see how he goes with Xi Jinping, who is a rival player on the global chessboard, who also has an economy worth trillions and trillions of US dollars. And they're going to do a little bit of a meeting. They're going to get together. They're going to share some crazy nights together with those humanoid robots and drinking some wine, trading stories. And they're just going to decide the fate of the human race together, all of these people. This is how our society works. Like, you know, if we were living 1,000 years ago, this would be like a king rocking up with like heavy hitters in the nobility, and they'd be like getting off a boat and then be accepted with the same flag waving, the pageantry and all that sort of stuff. And they'd meet some other king somewhere or emperor somewhere, and they come together and they agree on a trade deal and why they won't kill each other. And then they go back to their respective kingdoms / empires and then continue ruling from their ivory towers. Like, now they just do it, this type of stuff at airports. And with, like, you know, fancy cameras and lighting. Not much has changed. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, the aristocracy now is just like, your blood right, your birthright means nothing unless you have the fucking monetary wealth to back it up. That's the fucking ticket to being able to go along with these people here. It's fucking mental. Mr. Musk, the man rumored to be worth $1 trillion next year. That is an insane amount for one person. Like, yeah, like if being a billionaire wasn't bad enough, it's like, gonna be a trillionaire. Yep, 100% mystery, except this is the old power coming to the new one. It's usually vice versa. Well, apparently, I was thinking that the other day, but apparently Xi is actually going to be going to Washington at the end of the year. How crazy is that? What's going on there? Why is Xi going to Washington? But we will find out after this. There's a game called Council that's literally that. Your world leaders who rock up to an island to discuss global decisions. You play as George Washington, Napoleon, etc. That's crazy. Okay. What's this? JD Pon Don coming out to divide America up for China in order to secure their wealth when China becomes the world power. I even play games for nerd reasons. Eh? It's the great sellout. She was meant to go a month or two ago. Russia went also. Interesting. But then China cancelled because Iran was still going. Yeah, fair enough. Very interesting stuff, isn't it? And look at us plebs. We get to watch this through Fox Business. Thank you, Fox Business.
Crude oil. Listen to this.
I have a great relationship with President Xi, and I think it's going to remain that way. We have a lot of things to discuss.
This is the exact same clip that Channel 4 showed us. Like, just remember this, the manufacturing consent machine. Fox Business, one side of the pond, showing the exact same clip that Channel 4, a British broadcaster, is showing. They're just like, they pick the same snippets and conversation points for us plebs.
Say Iran is one of them, to be honest with you, because we have Iran very much under control. We're either going to make a deal or they're going to be decimated. So one way or the other, we win. We're going to be talking with President Xi about a lot of different things. I would say more than anything else will be trade.
Yeah, a lot of different things. It feels like everything under the sun is on the table.
What did you say at the end?
I would say more than anything else will be trade.
Will be trade, of course. Right.
Yeah, a lot of different things. It feels like everything under the sun is on the table. Everything from tariffs to artificial intelligence, chip production, the status of Taiwan, beef and soybean exports. Again, there's a large delegation of tech.
Boeing's beef and soybeans.
Business CEOs arriving here as well. According to Elon Musk, though, it was just him and the NVIDIA CEO, Jensen Huang, who were riding
business executives traveling with Trump. Look at this fucking lineup. Tim Cook, Larry Fink, Stephen, what's his name? Schwartzman, Kelly Ort, I can't even read that there. Ort Burgo, Boeing, Brian Sykes, Jane Fraser, Jim Anderson, something Lawrence Culp, something GE Aerospace. So they're sending their big like aero tech people over, which is funny. Goldman Sachs, there it is. I don't know who all these people are though. NVIDIA, I got that one. Tesla and SpaceX. Visa is going. Like, this is MasterCard and Visa and Goldman Sachs. Like, I'm telling you, this is a conversation. They're going to be speaking about, like, I know there's just like, oh, but America can't last without, dominance in the US dollar. Like, they're making sure that the US dollar is protected. And it's a global currency and a reserve currency. Like they're going to be talking about that. Don't worry. He's bringing MasterCard, Visa, and Goldman Sachs along. Like BlackRock. He's bringing Wall Street with him. This is fucking mental. Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA. The Epstein boys vacay. Yeah, you said it. Absolutely crazy. Oh, this is serious biz, man. It is fucking mental. Like, look at this snapshot. This is the who's who of the top sections of the American bourgeoisie. These are the financial capitalist lords, the tech capital lords, and there's some manufacturing or productive capital lords, and they're Boeing, GE, General Electric, and Boeing. China wants planes, or China's going to have planes, and they're going to have to still deal with American finance and tech. This is pretty insane when you look at the companies represented. Thank you, Fox Business. Why hasn't anyone else broken it down like this? This is the New World Order to introduce the New World currently, clearing all the debts for the capitalists and securing their place at the top. Like, I am so intrigued now to know. Like, look at this star-studded lineup. Like, this is the team that's going to take on China. Like, kind of thing. Like, who is China bringing to the table? I didn't know any Chinese, like, billionaires and stuff. Like, I know it's like Jack Ma or something like that. Like, who are they bringing along to this meeting? Are they going to bring their billionaire class, or is it just exclusively for members, like high-ranking members of the Communist Party that do all the negotiations? New world currency, sorry. Fox Business finally doing business stuff. Like, it should be, let's rename it. It's Fox Bourgeoisie. That's what Bourgeoisie Watch. They're finally doing it, bro. They're letting the game away again. They're letting, actual experts probably. What? Not just managers of the means of production. I don't know. There'd be some expertise here, but I hear you. I know what you say. China will bring back economic professors and stuff. Like technocrats. These guys are weekend at Bernieing Trump, taking turns wearing Trump as a skin suit. That's pretty funny. Volta Tours in the house. There you go. And it's all about strengthening America's industrial manufacturing power. MAGA. Yeah. But like, it's overwhelmingly, by the look of it, people that are representing Wall Street, would you say? Wall Street interests, I guess. This is fucking mental. So this is the New World Order to introduce the New World Currency, clearing the debts for the capitalists and securing their place on top. Financial capital for sure is mostly represented. So this is, like, how there's those arguments that like the world is controlled by Wall Street kind of thing and the Wall Street bourgeoisie. So like, this is Wall Street, who owns the American empire, going over, escorting Trump, their elected representative, and making sure and they're managing Trump as he meets with Xi Jinping, who is ostensibly the leader of the second largest economy in the world. And so the power of Wall Street is meeting the power of Chinese manufacturing. And like, this is what's coming together. Two sections of the world capitalist class, those who control the means of production in China, like the productive means of production, like producing actual real value, and financial capital, the power of finance capital. And the deal is, you keep on buying our dollars to do your trade, and you recycle our debt, and we'll continue giving you the money to do the world trade. Buy our debt, buy our bonds, use our dollar, invested in Wall Street, invested in American property, like whatever you want to do. Keep buying our debt, and we'll make sure you have a world to do trade in. Look at what we've done to Iran and shut down the world's economy. You don't want to exist in a world where we shut down the world economy. Do you, China? Do you? It's City of London, not Wall Street, that controls world finance. I don't know, man. Wall Street's pretty fucking important. Been reading up on the conspiracy theory about the Great Reset. This meeting is right on what they are talking about. Crazy, eh? Some crazy bourgeoisie stuff. All right, I'll let Fox Business finish. I'll shut up. If you're watching this for the first time, subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch, and tickle the like button if you haven't already.
Along with the president aboard Air Force One. The president truth socialing aboard Air Force One a couple of hours ago. He said, I will be asking President Xi, a leader of extraordinary distinction, to open up China so that these brilliant people can work their magic and help bring the People's Republic to an even higher level.
So do you reckon that's what it is about as well? You know how many times like the Americans through Wall Street, through the World Bank, through the IMF have tried to open up China for American business? Like, they've tried really hard to just wedge themselves, foreign capital wedge itself into China, and China's always been like resisting foreign capital. They'll let them invest, but like China has to have like a 50% share, and they watch them like crazy. The Chinese will not let American capitalists and foreign capital take over in China. And so like, he's brought Wall Street with him, and they're like, Trump, you open up China to the fucking world market. We want full unrestricted access into China. And I wonder if this is their last ditch effort to be like, China, you open up to America, or it's fucking on. It's fucking on. LOL YouTube at my comments on how unqualified JD was to negotiate on enrichment. Oh, you can't get stuff through? China dilemmas. China are further on track with renewable offsets than anyone else. So, you know, it wasn't me. I agree. It wasn't anything serious. I just said I could make N with parts, and I'm not qualified to negotiate on it. And JD probably couldn't even make one with parts on the table in front of him. China is too smart to fall for a trade deal that doesn't favor them more than America. Yes, like China is too smart, I would say. Like they've been able to resist American or foreign capital incursion that takes over their country. Like I think they're too clever. They're too smart to fall for a trade deal that would mean they let their guard down and Wall Street invades them entirely. Interesting. All right.
Now, we won't see the president anymore tonight, Beijing time. He's at his hotel for the night. We will see him early tomorrow when he heads to the Great Hall, and that is where he is going to be received by the president of China, Xi. That is where tonight we will see the president anymore tonight, Beijing time. He's at his hotel for the night. We will see him early tomorrow when he heads to the Great Hall, and that is where he is going to be.
The Great Hall. See, we were too early. We watched one from 8 years ago. God damn it.
Received by the president of China, Xi. Back to you.
All right, Aisha, we will watch all of it. Thank you very much. Okay, Murph.
Wait, slow down. I think they've actually had the meeting. Let me just check this. This is legit. Is this from 7 years ago? President Trump meets with Chinese president. Oh, let's have a look. Oh my God, they're gonna do the meeting. Oh my God. Is this the one? Tell me this is not. It started 36 minutes ago. Oh, they're gonna meet. Why is there no sound? Okay, so they've met. It's happened. I love how they just like check out troops and stuff like that. Like it means anything. Like, you know, we were talking about like nothing's changed before. Like nothing has changed, has it? Like we just get military, flashy looking soldiers to stand as important leaders walk around looking at them. Like 100 years ago, you were watching like Hitler do this when he went on state visits places. Look at this guy. Don't get too close, buddy. Look at the kids. We got flowers for you, Trump. I hope you got extra hands. And they start cheering. It's so good. Oh, man. I unironically find this so exciting. I know. She'd be like, look at my handsome boys. The kids. How long do they have to jump up and down for? Hope they're fit. They've been skipping for weeks practicing for this. Don't you stop jumping. We'll break your legs. Is there going to be a Beijing fast? Yeah, imagine who thought of this. Like, are you sure you want to put the kids this close to Trump? We do know about the Epstein files, you know. We've heard about all of it. Get Trump away from those children. LOL, he knew Trump would love this sort of thing. He's buttering Trump up. He's just like, yeah. Do you enjoy that little spectacle there, Trump? Oh, look, the kids just all stopped in unison. Okay. Are we going to do the rounds again? Oh, man. They're going around again. Trump should do the Willy Wonka fall to troll. She's like, yeah, put the kids right next to him. For the country. take a hit for the country kids. Oh, man. It's crazy. Oh, they're going up the stairs this time. Oh. What are they doing here? They're going to honey trap Trump. Now Xi and Putin will have dirt on him. Look, Trump, we have lots of kids here. We have picked out your type. We've read the Epstein files. We know exactly what you like. So now they're military parading. Got it. So they're just gonna watch some soldiers. Nice. That would be so funny. They catch him like the guy who played Borat did with Rudy and an underage journalist. No way. What's his name? Sacha Baron Cohen. China and Chris Hansen, the collab the world has been waiting for. Trump would love this stuff, eh? Don't you reckon? Absolutely loving it. I gotta get my soldiers to march like this. What were they thinking? Take a seat, Mr. President. Take a seat. Take a seat. Take a seat. Yeah, there's no seats either. Poor Trump. Can't even take a seat. Yeah, this is Trump's first trial. He's having to stand here that whole time. What if he falls asleep? Oh, God. No seats. Trump's ankle is going to be swole. Mr. Cankles. Poor Trump. Oh, he's moving. It wasn't that long. I think she knows how to read a room. It's time to get moving, Mr. Trump. I wonder if she speaks English. Or maybe Trump's talking to him in Mandarin right now. Look how fucking tall they are as well, both of them. Or maybe these two people are just really short. I would love to see one of these ceremonies in person. Yeah, well, you are just not of the right class, are you? I don't think us plebs would get an invite to something like this. Unless we pretended to be one of those children jumping up and down with the flowers. So how old are you? I can jump, damn it. Don't rub it in. Just saying. We're never getting fucking invited. I think he speaks like 3 or 4 languages. I think he speaks Russian also. That makes sense. A lot of people in China speak Russian. Or like from certain parts of China, northern parts. Trump has poor posture. What a loser. It's a sign that he's a loser. Oh, she just touched Trump. Is he allowed to do that? Where'd the camera go? Somebody's changing the camera feed. Ooh, what happened? The camera's out for a while too. Oh, something bad happened. Oh, they're gone? Ah, come on. Mossad got him. Even here in Beijing. Imagine the hamster is working overtime on this trip. What's that a reference to? Trump stormed off before he collapsed. The one in Trump's brain, right? He's turning over at great speed. Oh, we missed it? They've all gone inside? What was going on with that camera work just before? That sucked. Loose. The meeting only began a few minutes ago, according to Al Jazeera. Yeah, we're in like at this point, I think we're we're 7 minutes behind. It's little Rubio. Look at he's pointing to the ceiling. Checking out the decor with the Secretary of War. Oh, and it's Miller. Hey, fucking fabulous. Why wouldn't you bring Miller along to something like this, eh? I bet you Z pretends to speak, speaks English but pretends he doesn't. Just like, what's his name? Putin does the same thing, right? Apparently he's got great English, but like he never speaks it in public. Never lets it on anyway. It's over. Get back to work, you dirty commies. Lil Marco. It's for you, Remag. How you going? Hope you're well. Little Marco Rubio. It's the fucking boys hanging out.
Okay.
Please put on the earpiece for the simultaneous interpretation. Thank you.
Where's our earpiece? The fuck am I supposed to know what's going on? I'm sure all these people on screen have nothing, has said nothing but praise for China. Yeah, especially when they get interviewed on like Fox Business, right? They provided office chairs so Marco can look as tall as the other. He looks so lost. God, I wish I could understand what's going on. Trump's gonna fall asleep. 10 out of 10. Look at this. He looks tired. Maybe the jet lag's got in. Miller.
Well, President Xi, I want to thank you very much. First of all, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy.
Oh, he said the thing. Did you guys hear that? God, my God. Can we just get that clipped? That was, what an honor that was. Something I've never seen, especially those kids. And all the Chinese are just like, oh, shit. Oh, man. No way. Fuck, he said it, bro. Fucking hell. Same point, there's blacked out and immediately cut to correspondent. LOL. Oh my God. Especially those kids. Some people say they're so hot. They're the hottest. Fucking hell. We were just joking before. We were just joking. It was just a joke. Why is it coming true?
Like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy. They were beautiful. The military is obvious. It couldn't be better, but those children were amazing.
He said it again. He doubled down on the kids.
So much to you. You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship.
I wasn't joking. Yeah, okay. Well, I can see why now, for fuck's sake. If you're watching this on YouTube and you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch, and hit the like button. Sorry, caress the like button. Come on.
Of our two countries that any president has had. And
it's almost as good as Twiggy saying punters. Yes, and continually referring to himself as an Aussie battler. But yeah, when he said punters, bro, oh my God. Uh-oh, there's a psyop going on.
We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. Whenever we had a problem, people don't know. Whenever we had a problem, we worked it out very quickly. And we're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say, on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them. We asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes.
The top 30 in the world. Like, he's not lying. We checked out the fucking lineup. Like, he has brought the American capitalist class's finest along for this visit. This is a big state visit, this one. Yeah, glaze your new overlords, Trump. Marco doesn't have quite pointy features. Does have quite pointy features, like an elf.
And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business. And it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit.
The Epstein delegate. Honestly, watching Trump speak is too much for me at times. Yeah, I know. I get the feeling.
Ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Thank you, Press.
Would be curious to hear Brian's take on this meeting, since the end game is war with China. But like, look, Trump said it multiple times. I'm a friend of yours. We're friends. Friendly, friendly, friendly friend. Friendly, friendly friend. Yeah, it would be. Of course. But like, this is all pageantry. I guess. This is for us plebs to watch this stuff. The real deals and discussion is being done behind closed doors. He's brought fucking Wall Street, the true power of America, with him. I wonder what's really going to be said. Like, you know, we control the world's economy. Don't forget that, Xi. Yeah, well, I have all the manufacturing power. Let us do battle. Taco Trump. If he wasn't so useful to them as a president, that is. Oh, wait. What did I miss? If he wasn't so useful to them as president, that is, but it would be amusing. You could grab like all the major Western CEOs at the moment. Marco's high chair is killing me. Yeah, this isn't where they will do the real deals. Yes, and especially with that delegation. This is talking up the delegations for the public. For us plebs. I wonder where they're at now. Look at this camera work from Fox. Seriously. Fucking crazy. Oh, they can't even show it anymore. Great camera work from Fox Business. Lovely stuff here. Interesting. Well, that was fun. We actually saw it, and it wasn't from 8 years ago either, let me just say.
What do you want to see? Big trip? Wong on the plane, Musk on the plane, Trump. The other guys, I guess, had to find their own ride.
Commercial.
That's right, commercial. Coach.
So what I love about this just from the jump here is that President Trump is handling his own messaging. So he's setting the stage for who he's with, who he's bringing, why he's bringing them, and what he plans to speak to President Xi about. He's not going to let the media or anyone else set the stage for what's going to happen. He's telling us. So what do we come away from this with? Clearly, both men have to come out on top. The two most powerful men in the world. Neither one's going to give in necessarily.
What an amazing admission.
I think President Trump's
from
plans have
Fox.
an open.
Like they're like, I'm sure they're used to saying a line that the American president is the most powerful, like, you know, exclusively the most powerful man in the world. And they're like, look, they both got to come out with something here. These are the two most powerful men in the world. Like, what alternate reality have we stepped into now where like Xi and Trump are equals for Fox Business commentators? Fucking crazy.
In China is a win, yes, for China, but a bigger one.
But yeah, it makes a bit of a joke of a future war with China if China felt that was a chance that it would be too risky to send all those people there in one place in China.
Win for the United States and the rest of the world. If you had a more of a democracy, more capitalism in China, how does that help our economy? So I think there's a lot of upside here, and if he just plays it the way he set it out, I think it's going to be a win.
Okay, open China. I have some skepticism, Taylor, about China's willingness to open. Nice goal.
Yeah.
I don't know that they want to do that, but I do think they would love to have NVIDIA chips, and not the second-rate ones, the first-rate ones. Do you think that's a big chip on the table in these negotiations?
Yeah, chips are part of the chip negotiating table. I do like that. Comment I heard this morning, maybe we give them not the latest and greatest chips, but just like 6 months behind or a year behind. And we talked to Daniel Newman yesterday, and I like that he was saying that we originally thought that chips depreciated in 6 months, and we're actually still using chips from 6 years ago. So if you give them chips from 6 months or a year ago, that may not be a bad thing. NVIDIA gets to
most powerful man in the free world, whatever that means. Yes. Where East meets West. Didn't China ban the NVIDIA chips? Yes, they did, actually. I think they put restrictions on them, yes.
Benefit from it in the meantime, but they don't get the latest and greatest. And guess what? Yes, they'll reverse engineer, but we're always going to be a step ahead because we have.
This is some fucking real cope going on here. Like, it's just screamingly obvious, the cope on this one. Like, but we'll always be a step ahead. Don't worry. Hey, always. Never forget. Come on. Who are you fucking kidding? Yes, the US are trying to open up trade with Nvidia in this meeting.
And I'll check your math on this. By my estimates, 14.7.
Well, we have opium. I think we can sell them that. They loved it last time. Why wouldn't they like it this time?
Trillion in market cap going over there, given the hefty weight of our 14.7 trillion in market cap going over there, given the hefty weight of our CEOs. With that brain power, I guess I'm not worried about us only having the latest and greatest and China only having maybe a version or two behind, because we will always outmove her. We will always outsmart because we have the brain power. When China mints a billionaire, that billionaire disappears. Do we remember that story? And everyone's like, where did he go? Because Xi Jinping doesn't like billionaires. We embrace, for the most part, we embrace ours, unless I'm in California or a blue.
We love our fucking billionaires. We will suck up to them greatly. When China gets a billionaire, bang, straight to the gulag. Haha, this is so ridiculous. Isn't it fucking mental what she's saying? Absolutely. Like, first of all, the equation there is that, these people are worth or represent $14 trillion. So they're powerful CEOs that represent $14 trillion. So they are the best brains in America. Like, the best and smartest people in America are actually the people that have all flown to Beijing right now. Those are the smartest people. And like, we always have the brains. As long as we have billionaires, we're going to have the biggest brains. America always has the biggest brains. It's very interesting rhetoric. And we look after our billionaires. They're not like the Chinese. You can't trust them. They didn't even look after billionaires.
State. But we embrace them. And so I'm just so confident that we will always outmove her. I'm going to be looking at what I'm going to call the Beijing basket. That's going to be the traded.
Well, she's obviously not a billionaire then, is she? She didn't get many of the brains. Nobody likes billionaires. The most fit to choose Americans' future. Yes.
Market cap of chips, perhaps, of goods that are over there given by those CEOs. If any deals are being cut with those companies, let's watch that as the Beijing basket and the new goods that will be sold.
Jackie, a lot of pomp and circumstance. Clearly, we saw when we broke in there the cheering for the president. I wonder what you think about that.
Well, we've seen these visits before, and Trump likes to make them big, and Xi Jinping knows that he likes to make them big. So
China has a few billionaires, but if you start embezzling or something, you get the hose. Yeah, pretty much. Like, you can be a billionaire, you go for it. But like, you're going to have to do stuff that's also in the public interest. And if you are not in the public interest, you get, wait for it. Are you ready? You get judged like all the other people, and then you will be convicted and sentenced if you have done a crime. Not like in the free world, where if you're a billionaire, you can afford to do whatever the fuck you want. But Jack Ma is back being a billionaire for egg these days. It's very interesting stuff, isn't it? How they look at this. Or the Fox Business analysis. This is why we came here, right? Because this is fucking very entertaining.
I wonder what you think about that.
Well, we've seen these visits before, and Trump likes to make them big, and Xi Jinping knows that he likes to make them big, so he made it big. And you could see the president walking off Air Force One with a smile on his face, entourage in tow, a couple of big CEOs with him, many more on the way, his power flex, as we called it yesterday. So it was kind of the perfect welcome. But what was interesting to me is those kids that were all standing there, and they were chanting, "Welcome to the president." They had flags. They had a communist China flag, and they had an American flag. And they were waving them. And I'm thinking to myself, those two symbols are so inherently antagonistic. Communism and capitalism are ideological opposites. So I appreciate what the president is trying to do.
Stunning analysis, guys. Honestly, this is fucking crazy. Wow, she sent a few doormen and some school kids to welcome Trump when Air Force One taxied in. What a welcome. DJ World Traveler, welcome to the chat. Why are kids interesting? Can we be less interested in the kids? Thank you very much. Yeah. And like, how's this fucking, yeah, stunning analysis. Like, what is she talking about? Like, why are we getting this type of analysis from Fox Business anyway? Did you see they were holding communist flags and the American flags? Like, they're just so different ideologically, these two things. It's almost gross that they would put the Chinese flag next to the American flag. Like, was she not there when they were coming off the plane and watching this, like the rest of her entourage? Did they not hear what Trump just had to say about fucking Xi and how much of a friend he is, how much he loves them, or like loves China? Just saw that the Daily Mail thinks that BRS might be running for a One Nation member for the WA seat of Canning. That's pretty funny. They were pretty kids and doormen. She knows what Trump likes. Yeah, he did say they were beautiful kids. Oh, they're lovely, aren't they? To be fair, you also get that treatment when you criticize the CCP, not just break the law. Dun, dun, dun. And I base that on absolutely nothing.
And I think that he will get something out of this visit. He never gets, a total turnover, but small wins are important here in the trade game with China. And I think he will accomplish that in this visit. But when you think about this, it's wild to me because, think about the Middle East and the Iranians using nuclear weapons and terrorism as their control tactic. They're not giving that up without a huge fight. Well, apply that concept to communist China. President Xi's control comes in this form of communism, and he is not going to give that up, open up any free market or whatever. He's going to try to get what he can from the United States, maybe give something, which is why I think he's been holding back on the agriculture side. That might be what he gives, because actually he owed that to us from almost 6 years ago now. And they do small trade-offs like that. But, ulterior motives in that welcome. Read between the signs, people.
Jerry, you like to put things in historical context, which I always appreciate. I will just add, I think I was maybe a little surprised.
After standing up that long, it'd be a miracle if he didn't shut already. Flag behind him gets a little breeze.
How much President Trump downplayed Iran as an issue that he wants to hash out with Xi Jinping. What do you think?
Well, I think there are expectations out there that maybe China could help us with Iran, right? Because China relies on Iran for oil. As we know, it's critically important. But I want to go in the Wayback Machine to China in 1997, Asian financial crisis. I think nobody on this panel, possibly with the exception of Mike, was working in the industry at the time. Were you?
Yeah.
Wow, you've aged well.
What about Murphy?
I said Murphy.
He hasn't aged well.
Yeah.
He's 85 years old. He looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You've already slagged him twice.
Twice.
Started the show.
Thank you for keeping count.
This is awful.
At any rate, what I wanted to say here is that the Asian financial crisis, we came in and saved the world's bacon. I know Jackie remembers that. Time magazine running this famous picture.
Wookie, back from the doctors, did I miss any revelations or just a lot of, what's that, bloviating? Look, there's been absolutely no revelations at all. There's just been a lot of pageantry. We watched Trump and Xi come together for the first time, and we watched their little ceremony, and we were kind of laughing, but not really, about some gross Epstein file related stuff, with Trump commenting on how beautiful the Chinese children were that were jumping up and down when they saw him. And it was that was hard to digest. It was pretty gross. But like we've been listening to Fox Business now speaking about this situation. And like I actually, you know what, like maybe not a revelation, but like what's been really interesting is the star-studded lineup of people that Trump has taken with him. It's like literally the most important people in Wall Street and like a couple of tech bros and a couple of big industrialists. But like it is like, you know, Trump, he said it himself, Trump, like he's got the most important members of the American bourgeoisie with him. And like they are escorting Trump and they're going to make sure that Trump basically keeps Wall Street's power over China, or Wall Street's relation with China, and circulating that currency. But like this is like it's real stuff. Like it's not like other visits, I would say, where they like talk about like they're going to talk about like tariffs and shit like that, and like, you know, who gets more beef. Like this is who is going to continue to be subservient to who in the world economy, or who's going to have the division of labor that Trump likes to talk about when it comes to places like NATO and stuff like that. China gets to continue being the manufacturing powerhouse as long as they continue using the US dollar and feeding the American hegemony through the dollar system, it would seem. And they're just like making sure, both parties, that this system will continue because it's in both of their interests, to be honest. China will continue its ascension under this system, and the US dollar will remain and like give America its empire power for the time being until these countries are what, ready to face off against each other in an actual World War III style scenario. This is a meeting about world order. Yes. And they're both not ready to face off each other World War III style yet. And so like they're just making sure the status quo remains because it suits them both at the moment. And they're just shoring up that deal for the foreseeable future until, yes, like I said, they're ready to have a showdown, I guess. And it'll all be a proxy war stuff too. But like, yeah, until they're ready to actually confront one another, this is like, let's just keep this system going until USA is bankrupt. Yeah. Well, who's going to pull the rug first, right? Does China pull out the rug from the US dollar system? But then does the US pull out the world trade system? Who's going to crunch who? We'll find out over the next few months and years. So stay tuned.
Robert Rubin, the Treasury Secretary, Larry Summers, his assistants, and Alan Greenspan on the cover. The Committee to Save the World. We organized the rescue of Asia at the time from financial crisis that threatened to swallow the entire globe. Do you think China would do the same thing if it were up to them? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure that they would help us with Iran, which could fix the problem if China climbed on board with us. Look, I think when it comes to China, we are relentlessly naive about the possibilities. You know, China is China first, always.
Do you think President Trump is relentlessly naive on that one? Or do you think, are you saying more like the broader political landscape?
When I talk to academics, academics were saying for decades, we've got to help China. China's in trouble. They're having issues.
Posted some bargaining
they're not having
terms.
trouble. They're making their
potential bargaining chips. Pun not intended. Well, look, Fox Business already used the pun. All right, so stop stealing their gold. For Xi Jinping, there is no issue more important than Taiwan. He sees it as a rogue Chinese territory that will one day be reunified with Beijing. Trump has held up an arms sale package worth $14 billion to Taiwan and has said that he is open to discussing it with Xi. Yes, people have been talking about that a lot, actually. If Xi can get the package reduced or shelved, that will be seen as a win. China's priorities are trade stability and better tariff terms. Beijing wants to signal confidence to investors around the world and boost economic activity. On technology, we know that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang was a last-minute addition to Air Force One. Yes, because like yesterday when we were listening to this, they said he wasn't coming, and now they're talking about him being there. The company has custom-made a chip, the H20, for the Chinese market, but Xi Jinping has told Chinese companies not to buy it because he wants to support homegrown semiconductor industry. Very interesting. So this is like stuff for China to get out of the situation, right? Trump wants to sell more agricultural product to China, beef and soybeans and Boeing. And he wants to see greater Chinese investment in the United States. See, he wants China to keep recycling money, US dollars, back into their system. One of the key things he's pushing for... Oh, wait, you guys can't read that. Oh, you can if you got Discord. Go to Discord. But one of the key things he's pushing for is opening up the Chinese market, 1.4 billion people, to American companies. Bang. They're on this old chestnut. Like, haven't they learned yet? Like, yes, okay, you open up China to the world market, but you can't control China like foreign capital style. They're not playing your game. They're not going to let you control. They haven't let it happen before. Why would they let it happen now? He believes China has been deeply protectionist. Duh. One mechanism he's proposing is a joint board of trade where both countries would sit down and work through problems with bilateral commerce. It is clear Trump wants to leave with an economic win that he can take back to the United States. These summits do not always produce results. Both sides are deeply suspicious of one another. Really? While on tariffs, what China is looking for is stability. At one point, Trump imposed tariffs of 145% on Chinese goods. What Beijing wants is a regime that lasts, that does not shift on the whim of a social media post. Yeah, well, welcome to the 21st century. Can kind of read it. Yeah, sorry, it's down the bottom. I should have done that for you before. But you heard me say it. That's all that matters. Man, what a life that we don't understand. One day, you're going to be home. Then overnight, nope, you are going to China to discuss world trade for 4 days. Yes. Yes, with the most powerful people in the world economy, i.e. the most powerful people in the world. The owners, the real owners of the means of production in the West. Crazy, isn't it? The effective tariff rate at the moment is 22% by USA on China, 33% by China and USA. All right, back to it.
Way for sure. And I think we need to be sure what we want out of these negotiations and go for it. I just say, don't be naive. We know where we've been before with China. They are running the world's pharmacy production, especially when it comes to generics. We know how this works. Don't be naive.
Speaking of lots of big names who are going to China, I don't think this is one of them, but you're looking at Oracle.
I am, and you are correct, not one of them. But I'm desperate for your thoughts on this. Wedbush goes from a $225 to a $275 price target on Oracle. Mike Murphy, this is what Wedbush has to say. The market is incorrectly penalizing the stock for their massive CapEx spend. The market is too focused on the near-term cash issues instead of recognizing some of the highly visible contract-based AI demand that is driving the build-out of which Oracle is involved. Agree or disagree?
Agree 100%.
Really?
Yes. Oracle came out with great earnings about 2 quarters ago, and the stock had a huge rally. It put Larry Ellison as the richest man on earth for about a day. And then the private credit crisis kind of hit, and then there was a lot of discussions around whether or not Oracle would be solvent, whether they could pay their debt, and the stock came down into the low 100s. Where it's trading right now, 188, they have demand for their products. They're going to service their debt. So market cap here is still under 600 billion. So there's a lot of room for Oracle to grow here, to continue to move higher.
They're actually
because
doing
they have
business
this contracted
on
revenue
Fox
out there.
Business.
So
this is
I
crazy.
think once you fully get the concerns around
Outrageous.
their debt off the table, the stock's going to be a lot higher than 188.
Demand is better than debt.
It's part of why, though, even they agree to take X amount of US goods, it ends up being Argentinian soy and such instead. Interesting. Because of what? The tariffs. Oh no. Who would have thought, hey? Is this again the same one? Yeah, we watched this before. Right? Yeah, we watched this already. Oracle is this black swan, lol. Alright. Is there another one that I wanted to watch on this one? No, the thing that I had was like 8 years old. That was useless, that was. Oh my God. Yes, I wanted to see this. Have you seen, like, talking about like Trump being a fucking loose cannon? I guess like we always do. Have you seen what Trump said about the American people recently when asked about the Iran situation? So like, I don't know if this is like legit sometimes or not. And this must be AI, but it seems to be from multiple verified sources. But like, I would be fucking furious if I was American right now. I wonder if Saint Xi is in here. He's got a lot to answer for on this one. Even Han, anyone. Like, look, just listen to what Trump says about the American people and tell me if this is fucking legitimate or not. I don't believe that this has happened.
Go ahead. When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
When you negotiate with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent do you consider Americans, like everyday Americans, I guess, their financial situation when you negotiate with Iran?
Go ahead. When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far, including whether our stock market, which by the way is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about the pressure on America?
Finally, reporters doing their job. Hey, yeah, this was a week ago or so back. No, apparently it was a day ago. It was just yesterday, I think. Wait, he doesn't care about me? Yeah, fucking believe it, bro. Believe it. It's mental. Mental. Wait, he doesn't care about me? Bro, he's orange as fuck. I swear this guy's wearing mortuary makeup. I've been duped. But like, he's saying it now. Like, before it was just like all speculation. But he's like, I don't give a fuck. Because like, I think what is this line of questioning is in relation to recently Hegseth was being questioned at like a committee hearing about like how much it's actually costing. The war in Iran at the moment is costing the Americans like $1 billion a day or something fucking mental like that. And like, they're like, don't you think that is like, this is just too much of a financial cost? We're already in debt. Do we need to be further in debt for you guys to fuck around with Iran? And I think in that context, they're just like, do you care about America's financial situations? It's like, I don't give a fuck about them. It's about nukes. We're the world police. We're not allowed to admit that. No one will admit that we're the world police. It's all about nukes. This is an easy one for MAGA to spin in a positive way. The nothing burger. I thought MAGA people would be upset about this. I would be upset about this if my fucking my leader like was to blatantly just be like, I don't give a fuck about the plebs. We just want to make sure this country on the other side of the world, who has repeatedly been investigated and demonstrated to not have nuclear weapons, well, I just want to make sure they don't have nuclear weapons and fuck everybody else. I was surprised at this, to be honest. He said it during the meeting he thought it was closed Republican, but it was open. He said, we can't be doing healthcare and childcare. We have wars to win. Oh my God. I thought it was when they had sent Iran their terms and they were waiting for a reply on the weekend. Oh, okay. My God, you mean the people who run government don't care about the people? Who knew? I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it was all speculative before though. He's fucking confirmed it. I wonder when this actually happened. The man who is convicted of embezzling funds from a children's charity doesn't have morals? That guy? Yeah, I guess. Like, is this even a moral question? It's not a moral question. It's just like, what do you think is more important? War or like Americans who may be struggling to feed themselves? Oh, war. War for sure. Give me war for days. This is the other thing that I find fucking hilarious about in American politics right now. Have you seen these guys go head to head? Like, people were making jokes like a few weeks ago about Patel being a fucking alcoholic and getting sloshed and not being able to carry out his functions properly. I think it was you, Ravy, were going off about this. And like, it was all fun and games kind of thing. It's like, ha ha ha, isn't it funny about Patel being a fucking alcoholic and the director of the FBI? Hey, they haven't had one of those since the 60s. But like, he's getting grilled on this one, and it's hilarious watching him get grilled. It's great entertainment, these things. I think the Americans should do more of these types of hearings, just endless hearings in the Trumpian age, because it's just so entertaining. Yes, the personalized whiskey bottles. Oh my God.
As I said in my opening remarks, I really don't care about your personal life so long as you are able to perform your public and official responsibilities, which are awesome responsibilities. Multiple reports, including reporting by The Atlantic, have alleged episodes of excessive drinking, unexplained absences, and behavior that concern current.
Caroline Levitt, of course the president cares about the American people. This is a radical left-wing conspiracy to say otherwise. What President Trump meant was that he has to factor in many things, and ensuring the Iranian regime that recently killed 50,000 of their own people doesn't possess a nuclear weapon. Not only is it 50,000 now, it's also a radical left-wing conspiracy. Can you see how they use left-wing, right-wing in the culture wars to divide us? Like, you can see something you witness it, you see it with your own eyes, and they're just like, no, it's a left-wing conspiracy. He didn't say that. He duty. Yeah, I know, right? Spandonk in the house. How you going? Did you see the report of the guy who was like, Patel lost his shit screaming that he's fired because he couldn't log into his emails, but he forgot his password? No, man. Oh, I just made that up, but it sounds like something she would say. Oh my God. I thought you clipped that from like AI or something. You're like, I need to get her take on this. Fucking hell. It was so real. I thought you were quoting Carolyn Levitt. Hey, don't do that to me. I thought I was reading real Caroline there for a second. So good. The guy who said groceries. What's groceries? That's an old-fashioned word. My mother used to say groceries. Out of touch with the public. Oh, man. I watched him complaining that not all the guns were delivered. All right, sorry, I do want to watch this because it's fucking hilarious. Let's go back a second.
Responsibilities, which are awesome responsibilities. Multiple reports, including reporting by The Atlantic, have alleged episodes of excessive drinking, unexplained absences, and behavior that concern current and former FBI and DOJ officials. You have publicly denied those allegations and filed a defamation lawsuit. So today, as you testify before Congress, is it your testimony that those...
Yeah, what do you call them if they're not groceries, though? Like, I don't know, shoppings, maybe? Let's call them shoppings.
Allegations are categorically false.
Unequivocally, categorically false.
So there have been no occasions during your tenure when FBI personnel were unable to promptly reach you?
Absolutely not. You can ask my entire workforce. They hear from me at every single hour of the day, as do these great gentlemen here, as do the men and women of the interagency and state and local law enforcement and the White House.
And so there have been no occasions when your security detail had difficulty waking or locating you. Is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
I'm not saying it, Director Patel. It's been written and documented.
You are literally saying it.
No, I'm saying that these are reports, Director Patel.
No,
and
unlike your baseless reports, the only person that was slinging margaritas in El Salvador on the taxpayer dollar.
Sounds like he had a banger the night before this hearing. Yeah, he can't even open his mouth probably to talk. Fuck you, asshole.
With a convicted gangbanging rapist was you.
You know,
the only person that ran up a $7,000 bar tab in Washington, D.C. at the lobby bar was you. So the only individual in this room that has been drinking on taxpayer dime during the day is you.
Director Patel, come on. These are serious allegations that were made against you. They're in a lawsuit that you filed.
You drinking margaritas with a gangbanger is true and on video.
It just goes to show you
running a $7,000 bar tab at the lobby bar has been filed by your own office.
This goes to show
drink during the day. That's you. This is the ultimate example of hypocrisy.
Mr. Chairman,
I will not be tarnished by baseless allegations and fraudulent statements from the media.
The fact that you mentioned that indicates you don't know what you are talking about. Now, here, Director
The only thing I know is you're the one drinking margaritas with felons.
Actually, that's a false statement, and I'm asking you about your statements.
I've answered that.
And I'm asking you about a particular report. And
it's not a report.
Testimony. So let me ask you this.
Cash is on the rocks. My God, what's the common trend, please? That these people have communication problems. They don't know how to not speak over the top of each other. Or they lack basic comprehension skills. When they're asked questions, they don't even respond to them. Before going into office, Patel had a list of people he wanted to get revenge on. It was like 20 out of the 30 people on the list have been harassed by the FBI. Damn. Hey, why not, eh? That's why you get into these positions.
Are you willing to take the test, it's called the audit test, that members of our active duty military and others take to determine whether they have a drinking problem?
I'll take any test you're willing to take.
I will take it, Director Patel.
I'll take any test you will, big guy. Hey, let's do it. All right. So good. All the Trump people just yell over people questioning them and attack some specific examples they have been given. Yeah, the tactic. Okay, got it. Yes. Well, it makes for great fucking viewing. I'll tell you that much for free. Oh my God, fun fact, Marco Rubio is sanctioned by China from prior to taking office? Damn. So does that mean if he's sanctioned by China, no Chinese businesses can do anything with him? So like the whole time Marco Rubio's there, he's not allowed to eat or be in a hotel. He's just sleeping on the street. I'm sorry, Mr. Rubio, but you can't check into this hotel. You've been sanctioned by China. He was sanctioned twice prior to being in politics. He's going to have trouble paying for coffee over there. It's all paid by phone. Yeah, well, I can't believe they let him off the plane. Oh, damn. Did I miss the budget talks? No, actually, we didn't even get there. We've just been non-stop China all morning. And it's been fucking mental, too. Can I just tell you that much?
I'll take it. You ready to take it?
Let's take it.
Yes or no?
Let's go. Side by side.
I'll take it. All right. I think that the fact that you're so... Have you ordered polygraph tests of members of your team to determine how that story came about?
The FBI conducts polygraph tests all the time.
No, have you ordered polygraph tests for members of your team to determine who was the source of the stories that I'm asking you about?
I don't order any polygraph tests. There's an internal...
They managed to get him there by misspelling his documents, as reported by The Guardian. Get fucked. Really? Does that mean they're going to hold him now? Customs officials are going to come and take him away now that The Guardian has spread the secret. The Chinese are sure to find out now.
Inspection review process for any and all leaks, especially of baseless information at the FBI, that's been in place for the last 30 years. Those processes are followed by career intelligence and agents on the ground.
So I'll take that as a yes, since you said that these were unauthorized disclosures. I have another round of questioning regarding your firing people who were important to gathering intelligence with respect to Iran, but I'll wait for my second round.
Illegal immigrant. That's a fucking funny call, isn't it? He's an illegal immigrant, illegal alien. China approved it. Very funny. Marco Rubio, the illegal alien. All right. That was just for a bit of entertainment purposes, because this morning hasn't been entertaining enough watching Trump and Xi parade together and talk about the kiddies. Hey, that was fun. All right. We're going to have a quick break. Then we'll be back. If you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. Activate it if you're new here. Subscribe. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow. Little Marco Rubio, illegal alien. He's like an Englishman in New York. The issue with polygraph tests is psychos can pass them. Interesting. All right. We'll be back. Alrighty then. We're back. We is back. Alright, if Captain Bucket is here, this one's for you, baby. We're gonna be just having a look at some of the fallout from like the budget that was released yesterday. So the Australian federal budget was released yesterday. Well, like, would you say Tuesday night? Let's say Tuesday night it came out, but like the fallout started from yesterday. We had people analyzing it. We were looking over it a bit. I think the general vibe, what did we pick up from the stream yesterday? What could we say the general vibe of it is? Oh, we had a Tasmanian senator defect to Labor. What do you mean? I would like to know more. Yeah, if you were not here yesterday, the general vibe of the conversation kind of like, just asking people's feelings generally from, it would seem all sides of the political spectrum, all parts of politics. People, despite whether they think the budget was a goddamn sham, I think people are generally accepting of the idea of getting rid of negative gearing and changing capital gains discounts or concessions to stop like investors warping the Australian housing market, which is just fucking things over for people generally. And like it's probably a bad thing for the economy long term, if it hasn't already been a bad thing for the economy. So I think, yeah, people of all political persuasions are kind of happy, or at least on this stream anyway, happy with the idea that negative gearing needs to change. And that seems to be a big deal. Now, we've also been doing a massive gas debate and investigation for a couple of weeks now, and the whole gas situation came up in the budget as well. So I think people were rather upset that like the government decided to overlook the Australian public the Australian public's common sense notion, which is like, we need to tax gas. You all know my opinions on this. If you don't, like, really quickly, it's funny that this is allowed to be talked about, and I think that is capitalist on capitalist warfare propaganda, but like whatever. It should be talked about. I'm just suspicious of why they're talking about it, but whatever. And so like, yeah, people are disappointed that gas didn't get up. I think people are shocked at NDIS stuff. They're shocked that they're going to be cutting stuff and what that means potentially for people on the NDIS or trying to access the NDIS over the next, 5 years or something. Tammy Tyrrell has defected to Labor. Just saw a quick video on it. Very interesting. I haven't had a proper look at the budget yet. I'm ashamed to say. Don't worry, we're going to have... Look, we didn't look at the budget. We're just listening to people talk about it. Don't be ashamed. It's okay. The have-nots outweigh the haves in this budget. As I say, as someone who owns their home, it's not a crime, though, is it? Like, I think the real criminals here are people that are like taking advantage of the housing market and like getting taxpayer assistance from that, which is what this budget has tried to do, right? It's post-budget nut clarity. A guesstimation. Oh yeah. I like stopping negative gearing so the government doesn't give away money. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's as close as you're going to get to, like, people agree, I think, on the whole negative gearing issue. At large, as much as they would despise the government, they still seem to be able to say, yeah, okay, fine, negative gearing changes are a good thing. If they get rid of negative gearing, it's a great leap forward. Who's that? Is that a spectre of Mao I see talking about a great leap forward? We will see. Yeah, housing shouldn't be for profit, I say, as a homeowner. Yes, and an owner-occupier, let's say. Yes, I own it, but I also reside in it. Nothing wrong with that. It's the Australian dream, really. Anyway, let's hear Anthony Albanese take questions on this. But I think the big mainstream media, the big manufacturing consent line on this one, despite the fact that people kind of generally agree on things like getting a hold on housing so it doesn't spiral further out of control, the manufacturing consent line, you know, on this one from the mainstream media generally has been like, but you broke your promises. And like people are like, yeah, okay, but like, you know, negative gearing bad. And the media is just like, but you said you wouldn't touch it. And so like it's just been plastered through the media as just like promises broken. Can you ever trust government ever again? Who would have thought? You can't trust politicians, like that sort of stuff. Captain Bucket, it's reforming negative gearing to where you can only claim it on new house builds. It's too deeply implemented in this country to get rid of it. Yeah, in one foul swoop, it would seem like it's too much to just get rid of it off the, like, completely. And so like they've got to be like, no, we're still stimulating new housing, like kind of thing. I'm hoping that in the next budget they just get rid of it completely because it's just useless. But you said you wouldn't touch it. People who own multiple properties, yeah, how dare you? Negative gearing, inheritance tax, C2G, some of the rich fucks, heart ultra graped, yeah, and yeah, like the attack on the wealthy, right? Through things like trusts. They're going to tax trusts, and they're going to close up attacking trusts. Oh, sorry, some rich fucks got ultra graped. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, trust, like this is like a bit of class warfare stuff going on here, or at least like class warfare is like making sure there's a bit of wealth redistribution, which is very much along a social democracy kind of vibe, which you would expect from a social democracy party, as the Labour Party would sell themselves as, I think. The Teals are seething and coping. Their voting base isn't happy. LMA, yeah, well, like, you know, taxing wealthy people, taxing wealth, it is a problem, I guess, for some people. Turning house into home bot commodities. Turning house into home. Not. Oh, right, okay. Not commodities. Yes. Well, there's a long way to go to do that. A long way to go to do that. But like whatever. But yeah, let's have a listen to how he answers questions about this, especially in light of the usual, which is like, but you broke your promises. It's not like the rich didn't get nice and rich, but we can't afford all those perks for them, right? It's not like the rich didn't get nice and rich, but we can't afford all those perks for them right now. Yeah, we have a really little house too, and it's enough for us. All right, let's do this.
Prime Minister, thanks for joining me.
Good to be with you.
Can I first ask you were elected promising transparency and credibility. Now, broken promises. How
like
can voters trust...
It's like straight away. Oh my God. It's too much winning. I thought the 25 election was peak winning, but we keep on winning. I can't handle it. Almost like when the government stops handing out money, the market will correct for the better. Scrap negative gearing.
What you say?
What we've done with this budget is a budget of reform, a budget of building resilience, and a budget to really make some hard decisions. I was elected as Prime Minister not to just occupy the space. And we know that young people are feeling more and more like they're not going to have the opportunity to ever own their own home. When we received that advice and it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger, the only option that we have is to act. And we are acting to make sure that we change the way the tax system works. And the truth is that people have called for tax reform for a...
What is this? Danger Dan, lying sack of filth, Anthony Albanese, average person hearing the budget. I'll have to have a look at this.
A long period of time to make sure we get a better balance between income earned from working with income earned from owning assets. That's what these changes do.
Do you have to apologise to the people who voted for you thinking these changes weren't going to happen?
Importantly, what we've done is grandfather all of these changes. So there's no one who currently has a negatively geared home who'll have any impact on this.
But those who might have aspirationally wanted to do that into the future.
Guess what? They can. They can buy a new home where what they're doing is not just helping themselves and building an asset for themselves, they're building an asset for the nation. Because instead of competing with first home buyers on an existing property, what they'll be doing is investing in new builds, new properties that helps to build supply, and that makes a positive difference, not just for them, but for their nation. And they can also choose to continue to have a 50% discount on capital gains if they choose to do so.
Are you prepared to go further in this term if the dial doesn't shift?
Now, what we've done is get the balance right.
So nothing else in this term?
We've done a whole range of measures already. We are now putting this in place to make a difference. This comes on top of our $47 billion Homes for Australians plan that consists of new infrastructure. Those small infrastructure, whether it be sewerage or water or energy or roads, that will make a difference and allow progress to go ahead. Our increased public housing spending through the Housing Australia Future Fund, our build to rent scheme, our shared equity scheme, our 5% home deposits that have been accessed by over 200,000 first home buyers. These are all measures. We are throwing everything at the housing issue because it's the number one issue that not just young people raise with us, but their parents and grandparents as well.
One question from our audience is, have you benefited from negative gearing?
Well, it's not about me.
But I wanted to sit on my ass with my multiple properties and live off government benefits. Hey? No. We don't accept that type of bludgeoning here. Not anymore, apparently.
Me.
But in the past...
Well, it's not about me. All of my affairs are documented publicly. And the good thing is that people will be able to, if they choose so, negatively gear into the future. They'll be able to do that through their buying a new home.
So you're saying you have in the past, but you...
No, I'm saying this isn't about me or about you.
Yeah.
This is about the Australian people and making sure that they get the measures right. All of my affairs are declared.
The average age of the first home buyer is like 41 years old. It's not exactly young people buying it. What? Are you serious? Where'd you get that from? Is that legitimately, like, where did you pull that factoid? 41 years old is the average first home buyer. My God. That's fucking daunting, isn't it? I agree, Violet. Government shouldn't hand over money to help people buy houses. They should take less money out of our money so everyone can access the market. It's kind of scary. KK Online, hang on. It's kind of scary because this is the exact policy I suggested on a Labor page. Maybe they've been listening. Yeah, we were really lucky between our carers and buying before COVID. Otherwise, we couldn't afford to buy today. I'm serious. It's like 41 years old. What the fuck? That's mental. How old was I when I bought property? I think I was 24. It's 24. Is that right? Yeah, I bought a unit when I was 24. An old walk-up flat, 2-bedroom. It was pretty cheap at the time. It was like 300 or something like that. That was a nice way to step into the market. But like, yeah, like that's affordable, 300,000, I guess, depending on your wage. But like stuff now, no way. Like if you want to buy a house, like good luck to you. No wonder why it is 40 years old. Fucking crazy. We bought a place for $420. That's crazy. 420 is sold for a house. And next door, the same layout sold for 900K. Wait, so he is a filthy capitalist? Outrageous. Yes, I was back in the day living in that apartment. Such a capitalist. And I had to sell. Then I bought a house. And me and my partner, we lived there while I was working in government still for a while. And then when I decided to leave government and try and do this, we sold that to downsize because I couldn't afford to pay a mortgage anymore. Because now I am not making any money. So I couldn't afford a mortgage. So I was just lucky that we were able to downsize. And yeah. But I still have a mortgage, though. It sucks. I was living with my grandparents at 24. I'm telling you, man, like I used to just, I know like I am uncultured, but like all I used to do is really just work. I worked a lot back in the day. Worked a lot. Like it was like 300,000. Like I had to save up 60 grand for a deposit. Like that was fucking doable. And like at the time when I was saving the deposit, I was living at my parents' house. So like I didn't pay any rent, didn't pay for food, none of that sort of stuff. I was 22 when we bought. And like 90% of people would pay less tax than they do at the moment. But people use a lot of cash in markets and stuff to pay a lot. Yeah. Property owner 24. How capitalist of you. Yeah, I know. Buying a house. Not even a house. Buying a 2-bedroom apartment. An old walk-up flat from the 70s, I think it was built in the 70s. Old walk-up flat to live in. Such a capitalist. I got kicked out at 19. LOL. Nah. Not in my household. My parents were happy. Actually, they were probably the ones that were pushing me to buy. Actually, they were like, please do something when you work. Don't just spend it on nothing. Like buy a place and get a leg up. And I remember at the time 300,000 was so expensive. People were like, are you sure you want to buy a crappy 2-bedroom apartment for 300,000? I was like, yeah, it's okay, it'll be okay. Personal property versus private property. All I have to say, you dirty Marxist, you, eh? We're not coming for your toothbrush, okay? We're talking about the means of production. I was homeless the year prior. Things change. Yeah, it's crazy. My partner was on the brink of that as well. She was pretty much homeless. Just before we moved in together. And then straight away we moved into the apartment, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it was my fault. I was also a raver baby. Yeah. I was 31 when I bought my swag while I was homeless. I reckon I'll put my son on the house deed. Less he will have to give the government when I am gone. But like, don't you have to have like a title change and pay? Like to put someone on your deed, you have to pay like stamp duty or whatever the equivalent is in SA. You'll have to take out another mortgage for that. Get another loan.
They're open for all to say.
One Nation has been tapping into this sense of grievance around trust with major parties. Have you just handed them a new campaign tactic in Western Sydney?
No, One Nation have benefited from trying to pit Australian against Australian. What we're doing is to ensure that young Australians get a fair crack whilst maintaining all of the messages.
He's a little bit angry in this interview. Like he's just been grilled by everyone about breaking promises and he's getting angry at the SBS crew here. That's funny. You had to pay for a solicitor and stuff to vary it? I thought you had to pay... Well, that's how it works in New South Wales, I'm sure. You can make a tenancy in common. But like if you want to put someone on your deed, like on the title of the land, I'm sure... you're basically paying stamp duty again because they're rewriting the deeds or the title to the house. This could be an interview at the end of the day, to be honest. Yeah, I know. He's on edge. Get him, Albo. I thought you'd be happy about that. You can still put it in your will. Oh, the will, okay. But transferring, like rewriting your deed, your titles to your property, there's another tax on that for sure. I was going to say, he seems kind of aggressive. Yeah, he's sick of fucking being asked about this. If everyone is like broken promises, I assure you would get old quick. Everybody's pissed off.
Australian against Australian. What we're doing is to ensure that young Australians get a fair crack, whilst maintaining all of the measures that are there that have been enjoyed by people for a long period of time. But what has happened over a period of time is that it has got harder and harder for young people to access the housing market. We want an Australia where everyone can aspire to having a roof over their head. That is what these measures support.
We're hearing this rhetoric from the conservative side of politics that migration is to blame for the housing shortage. In that environment, there's a push to reduce permanent migration. Will you commit to keep the permanent migration level where it is for the rest of your term?
Well, we've got the figures in the budget. Last night, we have reduced the net.
If it's anything I love, I want more of, it's crack. Australians love, or like people in these positions, like politicians, influencers, love to show how Australian and like everyday battler they are by saying crack. You keep your eye out for it. Keep your ear out for it. I'd rather pay the private services to transfer it than have daddy government demand it. Bro, imagine playing the nice guy your whole in life, and like the moment you get in government, everyone just rips you every day. Like they act like he's a demon. Truckies. Punters. Punters. Everyday Australians. Aussie battlers. He's going back on promises made. He's breaking everything. What are we going to do? Please read in redneck accent. Wait, what? He's going back on promises made. He's breaking everything. He can't say give it a punt anymore. Yeah, everyone just dog piles the PM. It's an Australian tradition.
Overseas migration by about 45% from its peak, and of course it went up.
Sorry, not capital gains, but what is it? Stamp duty. You have to pay stamp duty to change titles. I'm sure you do.
Because Australians and visitors were locked out for a long period of time. What we've been doing is working on getting those numbers down. The budget figures show the numbers going further down from 295,000 to 225,000.
When we look at the reality of interest rates, it's the poorest who are hit first. Your offset in the tax area that you announced last night for working Australians, it doesn't go to those who are the poorest, and it's not means tested. So if the budget's in better shape next year, will you look at raising job seeker?
No, it goes to workers, is what it does.
Why? Why? Interesting choice of tie. The lack of colour?
And we make no apologies for wanting people to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. And the other thing that we want to do is to make sure that people can get into a job. That's how you lift people out of poverty.
Poop Brown. He's trying to be neutral, okay? He's trying to be neutral.
Through things like free TAFE that we have now had about 800,000 Australians go through by making sure that we have an economy that works for people. The unemployment rate at 4.3% is still at a historic low. We have prioritised creating jobs whilst we've been in government. We'll continue to do so.
So job seeker is not something on your agenda in this term in terms of an increase?
What's on the agenda? We had a budget just last night.
Yeah, he's pissed off.
How about talk about last night's budget? That is...
Look, shut the fuck up, SBS. What would you know?
Our priority. But our priority as well, as shown last night, is getting people into work, making sure that the employment services system works for them, making sure that they can get the skills and training that they need to get those jobs.
Just in terms of the gas tax, which you completely ruled out in this budget, if there is a change to the circumstances, so the war is over, the fuel situation is not a pressure on the economy, is it something that you would
But that's
revisit?
a slogan, with respect. What is it that you refer to? Because no one seems to
completely ruled out.
They need to get those jobs.
Just in terms of the gas tax, which you completely ruled out in this budget, if there is a change to the circumstances, so the war is over, the fuel situation is not a pressure on the economy, is it something that you would
But that's
revisit?
a slogan, with respect. What is it that you refer to? Because no one seems to know.
Increasing the tax on gas for export.
Well, it's not. There is a PRRT there now.
There is. And
it's a slogan. Give me something to work with. Hey, Chairman Albert Schlezy. There he is. Hey, watch out. Watch out. Very defensive, isn't he? He didn't like the gas one being brought up either. It's a fucking slogan. A 25% export tax. There is no policy behind it. It's a fucking slogan. Okay, I'm colorblind. It looks navy. We might be finding out together, chat. It's not navy. Is this going to be like that fucking blue dress thing? It is fucking poo brown. It is poo brown. I'm sure it is. It's not charcoal. It's definitely not. There's a brown in there. All right, let's see when the camera gets back to him.
Budget books it rose $400 million.
People speak as if there isn't.
Look at it. Hey? It's brown. I'm sure it's brown. Oh, are we talking about his jacket? The jacket's charcoal? I thought we were talking about the tie. Bro, this is mid-energy Albo. You should see him revved up at question time. Yeah, fair enough. It's Orcus blue, obviously. It's so good. It's dark green. It looks black. All right, that's it. That's enough. You guys are all just playing with me now. Look at those brows. We do some great freeze frames on the stream these days, don't we? He's revved up already.
Increasing the tax on gas for export.
Well, it's not. There is a PRRT there.
He's right though. She's like, let's increase the charge on export. He's like, but there is a PRRT. You're talking about a new tax, and that is completely separate to what we're talking about here. If you're talking about a new tax, it's not in our budget because we weren't proposing this new tax. It was the Australian Institute that was proposing this new tax. We never proposed anything like it. We have the PRRT. He's not wrong, but that's not what she's talking about. It's like pond water, yellow brown. The tie is a proud poo brown, baby poo brown. Thank you. It gets so snippy when the approved talking points aren't used. Everyone talking about Albo's drip. He's honoring the Seppos with his tie. It's sewage coloured. Savage.
There is, and in the budget books it rose $400 million.
People speak as if there isn't one. There's company tax, there's the resources tax that goes to state as well, and in addition to that, there's the PRRT. The PRRT was designed to ramp up over time as the cost of investment to create these projects is paid down, and that is what you would expect to occur. We made changes to the PRRT in our first term, but the issue that we are concerned about at the moment, of course, is supply of fuel into our economy. That's what overwhelmingly your listeners are interested in as well.
In terms of the budget money in Indigenous affairs, there is no additional money this year for Makarrata. Is that a signal that the Uluru Statement from the Heart is not something that you want to invest in at this point?
Look, I've made very clear what our priorities are when it comes to Indigenous affairs. And in this budget, for example, one of the things we've done to go back to jobs is that we've doubled the remote job scheme. Now that has replaced essentially a make work program that didn't achieve any real jobs with real wages, with real jobs with real wages and real training. That's an absolute priority. It's just one of the measures that we have in this budget to assist on Indigenous affairs.
Are we to take, though, from the lack of funding for Makarrata that in this term, or particularly in this budget, it's not something you're funding? It's not something you're investing in?
No, you can take from our budget what we are doing positively, and the positive thing that we have is the remote jobs program.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm just not that. I'm not used to it. I like this Albo, if I'm honest. Firm, fired up, confident, articulate. Yeah, he's got a rocket up him at the moment. He's going for it. Hey, he's got some fire.
But there's other funding in there as well for social services, for a range of areas across the board.
You're facing criticism within the Parliament for releasing the government's response to the gambling review yesterday while we were in budget lockup, and you were also focused on the budget. Why did you do it at that time?
Seriously, you were at the National Press Club, I think, when I announced these changes. It wasn't done in the chamber yesterday. It was done at the National Press Club before the entire National Press Gallery on a broadcast on ABC live and then replayed on ABC iView. And I said, as part of that speech, I said that we would table the response at the first possible opportunity when Parliament came back. That was weeks ago, in the full glare of the public. And what that says to me...
I know, Albert. Yeah, listen, bitch. You were fucking there. Why are you asking me stupid fucking questions? Oh my God. Yeah, but why though? Well, I think he responded to that. Wow. This is funny.
Is that we've got the response right. Because people are arguing about a process that you can't be more transparent in any policy announcement than doing it at the National Press Club, taking questions for a long time. We went overtime during that speech at the National Press Club.
Did he take his Keating juice today? Apparently.
So I found it rather bizarre that people suggested somehow that this was hidden. Well, if it was hidden in full public view on live television at the National Press Club.
You can't decouple this budget from what's happening across the world, and we haven't...
If you makes me love Albert. It finally stopped pussyfooting around. Hope he carries this energy. Fuck me. I'm gonna do you slowly, bitch. Hey? He's bringing his Keating vibes.
The meeting that's about to occur between President Xi and President Trump. What would you like to see come out of that engagement?
Well, this is a good question.
It's a good thing that this meeting is taking place. These are the world's two superpowers. I have a constructive relationship with both President Trump and President Xi. What I want to see is a relationship that builds on the first meeting that they had in the United States a little while ago, and then meetings that have taken place, and I know that phone conversations have taken place as well. We want peace and security and stability around the world. The United States and China have a critical role to play in that.
Prime Minister, we appreciate your time on an incredibly busy day. Thanks you.
Thanks very much.
We appreciate your time. I don't know, man. Did he appreciate yours though? All right, this one's gonna... I just did a Twitter scroll through on this interview. These are the world's two superpowers. Putin, crying face. We did not appreciate your time, Mr. Prime Minister. It's proof Albo is in bed with China. We knew it. All right, this one's going to piss off some of the HKs in the stream right now. Let's have a look at what people are saying about the budget, shall we? Let's have a look at this.
This
one.
budget is
what is this? Calling out the government's dodgy budget, the Australian Greens. This is only 2 hours old, apparently. Tax the rich, not the poor. Looks like there's some One Nation people in here. Hey? Tax the gas, Albo. Hey, all right, we know what it's going to be about. It's going to be about the gas. Larissa Waters, leader of the Australian Greens. Let's do this.
looks like when
One bill to Rio Tinto openly admitted to waiting for the smelters to be privately bought out instead of buying it themselves. Ooh. All right, let's do this.
the government stops working for people. This budget is what it looks like when a government stops working for people and starts working for the 1%. After being in power for nearly 4 years, it's really starting to dawn on people that Labor are content to keep letting everyone down. Across the country, people are angry because despite having a massive majority in the lower house and a dysfunctional opposition, Labor is wasting everyone's time. People are working harder, paying more and falling further behind, while the 1%, the giant corporations, the ultra-wealthy billionaires and the professional property investors just get richer. Labor's fifth budget, the giant corporations, the ultra-wealthy billionaires and the professional property investors just get richer.
Professional property investors, right, got it.
Labor's fifth budget fails to include a tax on gas exports, which would have been worth at least $17 billion in revenue. Instead, Labor's chosen to gut services, including the NDIS, to cut climate programs and clean energy manufacturing, and to keep people on the poverty level income support. We are in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Housing is unaffordable, people are struggling, and yet the Treasurer last night announced that the biggest cost of living measure in this budget, the Working Australians tax offset, equates to $4.81 a week that you won't start getting until 2028. This is a government that is just not up to the job. Because they're not governing for people.
$4.80 a week? What? I was wondering why the fuck they put that in there in the first place. What is it, like $250 a year? I don't know if I can watch this person complain for this long. Waters and Shoebridge are my personal green faves. Yeah, I wonder why they put that in, just to throw people a bone, I guess.
They're governing for big corporations and billionaires, the 1%. There's no money for essential services, but there's billions to buy additional weapons off Donald Trump. There's no funding to build public housing.
Is that like AUKUS she's talking about, do you reckon?
But wealthy property investors get to keep. There's no funding to build public housing, but wealthy property investors get to keep their tax handouts. There's no money for household electrification. In fact, there's $4 billion being cut from climate transition, and there's $5 million to open up new gas fields. They're kicking 160,000 people off the NDIS, but they could not possibly introduce a gas tax. There's nothing for renters. There's no new money to build housing, unless you count the $110 billion for UK and US troops under AUKUS. And their ambitious reforms to negative gearing and capital gains discount, they look more and more like a damp squib. The housing tax changes.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Like again, like the general sentiment, I think, is like, you know, scrap negative gearing and stop discounts for CTG on housing. It's fucking the market. I thought they would be happy with that. I guess they don't really care. They just have to be oppositional, I guess. You know where we're going after this, right? If we're going to go Greens, eh? It's not that. Well, what is it then? They aren't happy it's grandfathered to people still? Okay, so maybe she's going to say that, because if she doesn't say that, it just sounds like she's being oppositional for the sake of it.
Inequality. They protect the unfair wealth hoarding of wealthy multi-property investors and the 1%. The changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax will still give tens of billions of dollars to wealthy property investors to outbid renters at auctions every weekend. The test for Labor is, does the housing crisis start to ease? Because if it doesn't fix the housing crisis, Labor will be explaining that at the next election, tinkering around the edges of a broken housing system and spending billions for corporations and the 1%, that will be the legacy of the Albanese Labor government. This was an opportunity to show Australians that Parliament can actually work for them and improve their lives. Instead, Labor chose cowardice. It chose corporate comfort over structural reform. Big corporations are making massive profits. Billionaires are increasing their wealth. Everyone else is going backwards.
How many times is she going to say 1%? Yeah, I know. She's going to need some, cycle through the rhetoric a little bit, right? That's what I mean about the whole repetitive 1% rhetoric. Like, we get it. But can you specify? She's dropping 1% a little bit too much there, yes. Like, we get it. It's anti-establishment. You don't want to give it to the big end of town. We got it.
Over the last decade, corporate profits in Australia have grown almost double the rate of wages. While Australian billionaires increased their wealth by $600,000 a day each, over 1 million people are struggling to keep a roof over their heads. While 1 in 3 big corporations are paying zero tax, working people are falling further behind.
The scary fucking stat, isn't it? 600,000 a day. Imagine what you could do. We were talking about a housing crisis before. What would you do with $600,000? Eh? Looks like you're safe in the 2% mystery. Yes. Good. Oh, man. Fucking hell. All right, if you're watching this and you haven't already, if you're on YouTube, make sure you activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. And if you're on Twitch, follow.
To keep their head above water. Budgets are about choices, and in this one, it was so simple. Stand up to the 1% and work for ordinary people, or protect the profits of big corporations and ultra-wealthy. Labor chose the 1%.
She said it again.
They could have made people's
It's like
lives.
watching people say punters over and over again. Or billionaires calling themselves Aussie battlers.
Better. They could have made the 1% pay their fair share. They could tax gas. They could protect the NDIS. But they didn't. And after the Treasurer finished his budget speech last night, like he does every year, he attended a series of fundraisers with representatives of big corporations. That is who Labor is working for.
Is that true?
Who this budget is.
So he went straight, well, first he went on 7:30. He went straight from the budget room to 7:30. And then he goes to fundraisers? That is pretty fucking off-putting. If fucking true. I wonder who he's doing fundraisers with. What the fuck? While corps don't pay their tax by choice, we have a whole demographic, poor, that want to have the ability to pay theirs. That needs more support than Rio Tinto. It's to fundraise for the budget, of course. Anyway, peeps, I got ahead. 4AS, thanks for hanging. Good luck in service to capital. Make value well, 4AS.
Who benefits from the economic mismanagement of this government? It is not a budget for the people. It is a budget for the coal and gas corporations, for the gambling corporations, for the property industry, for the big banks, for the people already making billions of dollars each year. No wonder people are fed up. They're fed up because Labor was the first government in the world to back in this illegal war with Iran. It's this illegal war that is fueling the cost of living crisis, and it's fueling billions of dollars of extra profits for gas corporations. As the illegal war fuels inflation and economic inequality, Labor's budget needed to choose a side: deliver for people or deliver for corporate profits and the wealthy few. If we taxed the profits of these greedy
The government goes to fundraisers, someone who goes to fundraisers. Yeah, but it is weird timing though, like to walk out of a budget and go to fundraisers. Like the timing, like couldn't you wait like 24 hours? Like the optics aren't great on that one, honestly. 1%, like the entire Australian population in relation to the world. Or just the 1% you don't like, eh? That's why Alba was so fired up. SBS had called him away from his lobster.
As corporations and invested in the things that people need, it would bring down inflation and help ease interest rates. Instead, Labor is protecting the profits of the big corporations and making the people pay. Instead of making big corporations pay, Labor is cruelly cutting the NDIS. Labor's cut to the NDIS is the biggest cut to any government services program this century. This budget represents a tipping point for the Albanese Labor government. In the UK and the USA, we've seen what happens when people are fed up because politicians back the 1%. This government's not concerned with inequality. It's concerned with appearances.
This is a poorly written speech. She's saying corporations a lot and 1%. But I guess she's speaking to her audience, I guess. She said corporations. I hate that word.
It pays lip service. And that's why people are fed up. They're fed up because Labor could do something about the problems that people face, but they waste every opportunity. People are sick and tired of the tinkering, the cowardice, the weakness and the wasted time. People are sick of the gas industry getting the gas they're flogging off for free and not paying their fair share. They're sick of the rents going up and up while wages fall behind. They're sick of worrying about whether their kids will be able to afford a home. And here's the thing, Australia's economic system is broken. In the past, people used to be able to get ahead. Wages kept up with the cost of living. Housing was affordable. Essential services were owned and run for the public, not for the profits of the 1%. Over the last decade, corporate profits have doubled. The wealth of Australian billionaires grew by over $29 million per day last year. And the top 1% now holds more wealth than the bottom 50%. If you're a teacher or a plumber or a nurse or a hospo worker, you're paying a higher rate of tax on your wage than big corporations and the ultra-wealthy are paying on their extreme wealth.
Oh, that's their campaign slogan. Oh, so she's got to spit the rhetoric. Tax the 1%. Got it. Got it. At least her dress is greener than Albo's tie. Yeah, can we all agree that she is wearing a green dress? Can we all agree on this? Are we all happy with this one? Not brown, but charcoal, is it? Just checking everyone's eyes are working okay. I'm sure we're all happy to agree on this one.
% aren't just accumulating wealth, they are buying political power. Labor, the Liberal and National and One Nation for that matter are all funded by big corporations and billionaires.
Wait, that's not yellow? Charcoal green. Fuck it hell.
One Nation's rise in the polls isn't happening in a vacuum. It is getting harder to get by, and people are right to be angry. But Senator Pauline Hanson's explanation that immigrants and outsiders are to blame is pure self-interest, and it's to protect her own ties with billionaires like Gina Rinehart. In the last 10 years, Labor, the Coalition and One Nation have taken $250 million in donations from big corporations. These politicians then walk into Parliament and they make laws that help the super rich get even richer and help corporations avoid paying tax. And then after the budget, they all go for drinks together. It doesn't have to be like this. Either we act now or our kids will never be able to afford to buy a home. If we tax the 1%, we could fund public services like dental into Medicare, like wiping student debt, and like funding the NDIS properly. Right now, the 1% of this country are running the country, while the 99% are doing all the work. No wonder people are fed up.
I get to say it once a stream. That's capitalism, baby. Oh, yeah. Right now, the 1% of this country are running the country, and the 99% do all the work. That's bourgeois society, baby. It's not just exclusive to Australia. But like, hey, you're speaking my language.
Country, while the 99% are doing all the work. No wonder people are fed up. This budget cements Labor's legacy. A government who offers people less than the bare minimum and tells them to accept their declining standard of living. Back in Goff's day, Labor represented working people. Now people are just getting left behind and they're not being heard. This government thinks they can get away with it because the Liberals are useless, but it is not good enough. We demand better. Millions of people demand better. We can do better. These guys work for the 1%.
Senator,
we're working for you.
Authorised by Jay McCall, Australian Greens, Canberra.
Tax the 1%. There it is. Okay, that makes so much more sense now. It's not original, but everybody's aware of the concept, eh? Fuck the 1%. All right, you know who we're going to now, right? Labor hands down budget, abandons Australia, eh? Here it is. You ready? Pauline's going to give us her fucking take on the budget. Labor hands down budget, abandons Australia. She's got way more views than the Greens have. Way more. I guess it's been up for a little bit longer. All right, let's do this. Well, this is a dilemma's line. This is a good one. No country has ever taxed itself into prosperity. That's a pretty good one. I'm confused. Does she want to tax the 1%? There you go. Someone wearing red for you. That's fucking hilarious. She's obviously a Labor senator. Hey, obviously. Where's the... Oh, wait, there's some orange there. Oh, that's hilarious.
Treasurer Jim Chalmers. So I don't know. Labor's Treasurer Jim Chalmers. So I don't know where he was last Saturday. Not only did they not have the guts to stand a candidate for Farah, but also, if we are to believe last night's performance, they have no idea what the average Australian is concerned about. We know on social policy they are hopeless. They have no intention of taking Australia back for the majority of Australians. They have no idea how angry Australians are about being welcomed to our own country. They have a deaf ear to the fact that some people will never become part of Australia if they can't speak the language or hate what Australians value most. And then we get last night, one of the most shameless performances in all budget history. No shame at admitting that our young people face budget deficits until way into the next decade. No shame that gross debt will reach $1 million next year. I repeat, $1 million. Go and tell young people that. No wonder there were no revenue projections for the next 10 years. This mob will raise even more taxes. $77 billion net tax increases next year. No shame about telling us that inflation could reach 7%, but then they have the gall to say they will help young people into houses. How the hell did they get houses with interest rates climbing to 10%? I have said before that Gough Whitlam, one of Labor's heroes, and certainly compared
Isn't that crazy? Like, the Greens senator brought up Gough Whitlam as well. They're both idolising Gough Whitlam. They'd be like, why doesn't Labor go back to the good old days? It's past 5 p.m. Have you seen your Jim Chalmers?
This lot, a real hero. He was turfed out in a landslide defeat in 1975 because he was economically incompetent. But revenues were then 24.5% of GDP. Last night, Chalmers had no shame in announcing that the Albanese government's revenues would be 27% of GDP, and no shame in saying that there would be higher taxes over the medium term. There is nothing in this for hard working and productive.
God, when the CIA was more involved in Australian politics. Oh, they're still involved. That's why we've got the politics that we have right now. Eh? They just don't directly interfere, if you know what I'm saying. CIA, not FBI. My bad.
Australians, nothing. The handouts continue to renewable energy when anyone with a modicum of common sense would say scrap net.
Mediocre. What is she talking about? What do you think? Who wrote this speech for a modicum? What's she talking about? I think she's reading a bit too fast. That's the problem.
Productive Australians, nothing. The handouts continue to renewable energy when anyone with a modicum of common sense would say scrap net zero, get out of Paris and do what this country did for years until it was overtaken by the global warming climate change hoax. Use our plentiful natural resources to deliver the kind of wealth to individuals and businesses that once used to be taken for granted, and then say emphatically that we will decide who comes to this country and no one is welcome to bring the problems they left behind into our once stable and united.
She's not even talking about the budget. This is just the culture war points that they usually talk about. Am I confused here? Yeah, did ChatGPT help? Wait, this isn't Far Right Fridays. No, it's still Thursday, don't worry. I just thought she would talk about the budget. I'm not talking about the budget at all. She lied to me. She wouldn't do that. Surely. Very interesting. How does charging more tax on housing create more houses? How are they charging more tax? What? I don't understand this. Look, Dilemmas, can you translate for me? Because I'm not getting this whole position where they're taxing housing more. Is it because they're scrapping the discount on the CTG? Is that why people are running the line of their taxing housing more? Albo only helping migrants and his own pocket. Tell it, Pauline. A Chinese Australian voting One Nation. Sick of the uni party. We need more people like you that see through the bullshit of Albo's mess. Go home. Could you imagine? See, like, this is like... it's like, look, proud Chinese Australian voting for One Nation. Fuck off. We're full. Like, this is the problem right here. So much for solidarity. You got one person who's like, look, we're happy to have you, eh? We need all the help we can get. The other one, get fucked, Chinesey. It's awful, isn't it? Look at these bots. I don't know, man. I don't think these people are bots. I think they are fair dinkum. They are fair dinkum. Back off. We're full. That speech is why we love you, Pauline. The figure of 30% of Australia's support for Labor proves... Whoa, fuck off. The figure of 30% support for Labor proves that 30% of Australians have mental health issues. Savage. Well, anyway, this wasn't even fucking about the budget. I was hoping to get some scathing analysis about why it's so bad. And like, I want to know like what One Nation rhetoric or voters would hate about the budget. Like, surely they would like to get rid of negative gearing, I guess, if it's making it harder for them and their children and their children's children to buy property, I guess. Oh, she makes a fascist Farpoint mine. I find it very strange that a lot of people seem to drift towards Pauline when they mention policies that they like and they're just verbatim Greens policies. Interesting. Well, that was interesting, I guess, hearing her talk. I don't know, should we finish her off?
United world. The polls say that the Albanese-Chalmers farce is supported by barely 30% of the voters. That is, 70% don't want them. And last night proved why they don't want them. One Nation will take Australia back to the majority of Australians. One Nation will educate Australians as if we do care about the next generation. That we do care about the next generation. This generation has to live within its means. The age of bribing voters has to end. The age of irresponsible spending has to end. In fact, the age of having no guts to tell Australians the true story of the mess that Labor is leaving this country must end. A government that can't tell the voters the truth does not deserve to be in government. And that brings me to the seat of Farrer. You know, they said One Nation was a party of grievance, a party of protest, a party that would always be on the fringe. They said we were racist, illegitimate and divisive. They said we might get this odd Senate seat, but never win a seat in the House of Representatives. But then something happened in South Australia a few weeks ago. The state's political landscape was reshaped by a One Nation earthquake. We won as many seats as the Liberals and smashed their primary vote. We achieved massive swings in safe Labor seats and made them marginal. We demonstrated we could convert our surge in the polls into votes. They panicked, then suddenly realised One Nation was a real chance in the Farrer by-election and did everything they could to stop us. They spent a fortune, they created attack websites and social media accounts. They put up billboards all over the electorate. They bullied our volunteers. They ran dozens of hit pieces in the media, and there was a lot of cheap mud raking. Well, the people of Farrer have sent a loud, strong message. I suspect it will fall on a lot of deaf ears. I want to congratulate David Farley on his stunning win in Farrer, and I'm pleased to acknowledge his presence in the Senate chamber today. David is a native...
I thought she was going to say, I'm pleased to acknowledge the traditional landowners. That would have been great form from Pauline.
Miranda in the heart of the Murrumbidgee irrigation area. And David is going to be most welcome to work with the team, and I congratulate David on his win.
That didn't have anything to do with the budget at all. She lied to us? She'd never do something like that. Title, About the Budget. Video, About the weekend's election. She's just gloating about winning a seat. Yeah, pretty much. That's disappointing. I expected better, honestly. I really did. I don't know why I keep getting fooled again and again and again. And again and again and again. All right. All right. Calm down, everybody. Calm the fuck down. That's enough of this. All right, let's have a quick look. See, Wookie, you're in the house, aren't you? This one's for you, Wookie. I was supposed to do this yesterday. I completely forgot when we were ripping on fucking Twiggy and Fortescue. So, like, if you weren't here, we've been analysing Fortescue. So we have Andrew Forrest, Twiggy Forrest. He owns a lot of land in Western Australia. It's very questionable how his family came across that land. But let's just say, you know, they might not have got it legitimately. And so there was a case where what the name of the people again? The Windjabandi people of the area where his mining operations are took him on a native title claim, and he played some pretty crazy games, let's say. He went in against the people and like split them somehow by trying to convince a splinter group within this Aboriginal community to say that he had rights over the land, and he like paid them kind of less than what they were trying to claim through native title. And they've made an appeal through the High Court, I believe, to try and resolve this situation. And they've handed down their decision. So we're going to get to see what the fallout is and what this means for Andrew Forrest and the amazing Fortescue corporation. So let's find out, shall we? The Winjibandi people win $150 million in compensation after Andrew Forrest's Fortescue mines built without permission. Dun, dun, dun. The traditional owners from Western Australia and remote north have been awarded a $50.1 million in compensation after the mining magnate Andrew Forrest's company dug up hundreds of millions of tons of iron ore from their lands without their permission. It's the biggest native title payout ever awarded in Australia and the culmination of almost 2 decades long legal battle between the Yindjibarndi people and Mr. Forrest's Fortescue Mining Company. Like, we're talking about like 150 million, in a sea of billions of dollars of profits, probably. Very interesting. Now you get to see why he's doing a PR blitz recently. Hey, look at me. I am the face of renewables. Don't look at the history of what we have done outside of that and how the Forrest family came into such wealth and power. Pauline is literally a welfare queen in all modes. But elders have expressed their disappointment with the decision, with one describing the payouts as peanuts compared to the billions that Fortescue has made from its lucrative Solomon Hub mines built on Yindjibarndi land. The 4 huge open pit mines were built without agreement of the traditional owners and have generated tens of billions of dollars in revenue for the company since the production began in 2013, with billions more expected before the mine is set to close in the mid-2040s. The Yindjibarndi group has had sought $1.8 billion for the loss of their cultural connection to the land, economic loss, and the destruction of cultural sites, but Fortescue argued $8.1 million would suffice. Who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought? In front of a courtroom packed with Yindjibarndi people and their supporters, Federal Court Justice Stephen Burley said the Yindjibarndi had a deep and visceral connection to their land that affected all aspects of their life. Justice Burley found Fortescue liable for both cultural loss, valued at $150 million, and $150,000 for economic loss. Interesting. Payout peanuts. The amount is almost 3 times greater than the previous biggest court-mandated compensation payout to native title owners, awarded to the Gudandji Wanyuwa and the Wanyuwa Mara peoples in February after Glencore's MacArthur River mine was built on their country in the Northern Territory. Michael Woodley, who has spearheaded the Yindjibarndi's fight for more than 2 decades at the Wynak's chief executive, sat in front row of the tightly packed courtroom together with his wife Lorraine and the 4 of their young granddaughters. It's a nice suit you got there. The mood in the court was somber as Justice Burley read out his summary judgment. The quiet, punctuated only by the occasional muffled cries and gurgles of Mr. Woodley's newest grandchild, 3-month-old Malanai, named after a fertility site on Yindjibarndi land. Peanuts, says Mr. Hubert's assessment, while Miss Coppin said many elders had died before the verdict was delivered. More than 2 decades after Fortescue first began clearing the land and the Yindjibarndi began their fight for recognition. Our family, half of them is gone, she said. We'll be We've been fighting for 20 years, and we only got a little bit of the elders left now. A vivid and colourful painting of Miss Coppin and a group of their Yinjimbandi artists adorned the wall of the court, where Justice Burley read the summary, a gift from the artists following the 2017 native title determination. No taxpayer bill. The state government had been expected to foot part of the compensation bill for granting Fortescue permission to mine the Yinjimbandi land, but unlike in the MacArthur River case that awarded $54 million in damages against the NT government, WA taxpayers will not be asked to pick up the tab. I guess that's fair. Like, it sounds like they gave permission, and then these guys just went ahead and did it without seeking, like, that's government approval, but then they didn't seek permission of the land owners. So, like, why would the government be implicated in that one if Fortescue jumped the gun? I don't know. Only a summary of Justice Stephen Burley's decision was read out in the Perth courtroom. The full judgment is suppressed to protect commercially sensitive information. I wonder what that means. The claim eventuated after the Yinjimbandi Ngurra Aboriginal Corporation was in 2017 recognised as the exclusive native title owner of a 2,700 kilometre tract of land in WA's mineral-rich Pilbara. By the time Fortescue had already built its sprawling Solomon Hub operations on the land, after getting permission from both the government and different local Aboriginal representative group it had backed. So, like, just on this, there was the Yinjimbandi Ngurra Aboriginal Corporation was the people that were seeking native title over this land. And so Sneaky Twiggy went to the community and was like, hey, does anyone else want to make a claim here? I'll do business with you, and, like, I'll give you some money on the side, because they were claiming so many millions, this corporation, the YNCA, they were claiming, like, let's say 100 million or something. And so Fortescue or Twiggy split up the community and said, hey, if you give us rights and just say it's okay, give us permission, I'll give you guys like $6 million. And they were like, fuck yeah. So a bit of divide and conquer going on there by squeaky clean Aussie battler Twiggy Forrest. And the rest is history. Very interesting. Awarding $150 million was a win for the First Nations people after the ongoing trauma of seeing mining on their land. We still haven't given up, he said. In a statement, Fortescue spokesperson said Andrew Forrest cared deeply about all First Nations people, and the company accepts that the Yinjimbandi people are entitled to compensation. Yeah, nice. But like in classic and good capitalist style though, right? Fucking who cares? Move fast, break things, shoot first, ask questions later. Very interesting. All right, well there's Andrew Forrest. You can trust Andrew, you can trust me, Forrest, the capitalist himself. This is what he gets up to in his spare time. Breaking up communities, tearing them up so they fight against each other, so he can make billions in the interim while he clogs up the legal system. And of course, this guy is the fucking one who's spreading a gas tax. And it's definitely not because he has his own interests, right? Fortescue be like, hey, we're sorry. Sorry. We're sorry. In case you missed, you want the worst take ever. Daily Insight. All right, the worst take ever. Okay. Are you in to being punished like this? The worst take ever. Let's have a look. Oh, is this the fucking guy we watched on Far Right Fridays? Oh my God. I don't know if we want to watch this. This guy was fucking hardcore on Far Right Fridays. I think Spandonk introduced us to this guy. Worst take ever. All right, let's have a look at this.
What do you think is the easiest way to make $150 million in Australia? Start your own company, employ hundreds of people, and work yourself to the bone for decades to build a multi-million-dollar empire? Nah, that's too hard. What about winning the lotto? Back in 2024, the ABC reported on an Adelaide man claiming a $150 million Powerball jackpot. It's certainly easy, but your chances of that happening are roughly 1 in 134. Are roughly 1 in 100 Australian. As the BBC declared recently, Indigenous Australians win record $150 million after billionaire mined without permission. See, all you have to do is be the descendant of someone whose land was colonised more than 200 years ago, claim native title, and you too can be part of a multi-million-dollar windfall. Easy, quick, and all you had to do was exist. With a bit of complaining and a few
Like, that's the exact same thing that Twiggy has done. Like, Twiggy has literally just existed. Like, his family went out and arguably did some questionable things in the Great Expansion. And so, like, he existed, and now he's got claim over all these minerals. Like, I see your point. Like, oh my God, they existed and they got $150 million. It's like, but okay, but that's exactly what Twiggy did. He existed. He was born into the right family who previously in history laid claim to land. Like, this is the exact thing, right? Like, he's complaining about this culture. Like, I'm sure he must see the irony in what he's complaining about. I'm not normally bothered to dislike a video, but this one got me. It's basically a MAGA talking point of might is right. Twiggy made like 10 bill from the land that they owned. But like, that's what we're talking about here fundamentally, is ownership, private property ownership under capitalism. And so who's going to argue about like landowners making bank because they own private property? Now remember, private property, I mean that in like the Marxian sense, is like the ownership of the means of production, and resources are definitely part of the means of production. Like, this guy is like, it's very hypocritical the way he's arguing at the end of the day.
Creative legal filings thrown in for good measure. It's the most exclusive club in the country. No matter how hard you work or how much tax you pay, if you don't have the right DNA and a 200-year-old connection to that specific patch of dirt, you're locked out of the vault. According to news reports, since 2013, Andrew Forrest's mining company, Fortescue, has generated billions of dollars in revenue by extracting iron ore from Yindjibarndi land in the mineral-rich Pilbara region of Western Australia. But it wasn't until 2017 that the Yindjibarndi people were actually granted native title. The headlines read, Yindjibarndi celebrate rights win on country, after the Yindjibarndi Ngara Aboriginal Corporation was granted exclusive native title rights over a 2,700 square kilometre area of the Pilbara. So, $150 million, not bad for a trip to the federal court. Well, a number of people aren't happy with that figure. According to the BBC, the Yindjibarndi Group had sought $1.8 billion in compensation, a figure representing a percentage of the production value of the mines to compensate them for the loss of around 250 cultural sites and their cultural connection to the land. Acknowledging that the Yinjirbandi had a deep and visceral connection to their country which affected all aspects of their lives, Federal Court Justice Stephen Burley found Fortescue liable for economic loss valued at just $150,000, but cultural loss valued at $150 million. But even that wasn't enough. While the payout is almost 3 times the size of the next biggest court-mandated compensation in Australian history, some elders expressed disappointment. Yinjirbandi elder Wendy Hubert even described the $150 million windfall as peanuts. I don't know about you, but I'd happily accept a few bags of those peanuts. Apparently, in the world of high-stakes grievance, $150 million is just the appetizer. I don't know what else to say about this, really. Let's see what the ABC had to say. Record payout after billionaire built mine without traditional owner's permission. It's interesting, if he hadn't built the mine in the first place, would they be receiving anything right now? In the article, they show plenty of photos of sombre-looking Aboriginal people who just won $150 million, noting the amount was well short of the $1.8 billion sought by traditional owners. They even had a heading dedicated to the elders' analogy, payout peanuts. The Aboriginal Corporation's chief executive, Michael Woodley, who is pictured here looking like he's just attended a funeral, said the Yinjirbandi have not given up after the verdict. He noted, "We'll fight it." So there you go. In a world where many Australians can barely afford a roof over their heads, a windfall payment of $150 million from a mining giant who rudely came in and commercialised your...
Like, look, it's such a dumb position, like that one there, just that, like that. Oh, but like all these Australians are struggling to put a roof over their head, and these guys just got $150 million. It's like, well, hello. Actually, you do care about all the Australians that, are struggling to put a roof over their head. Like, why aren't you arguing here? Why the fuck did Fortescue do this? Why does he have private property rights over these resources in the first place? Why haven't they been nationalized? Why does Twiggy get access to those tens of billions of dollars and not the Australian people as a collective, as a citizenry? And then you don't have to worry about these people that are, struggling to put a roof over their head, etc., etc., etc. Like, pointing the finger at people getting $150 million in compensation settlement and not pointing the finger at people who can afford to pay $150 million in compensation because they've made billions of dollars is like, you're focusing on the wrong thing here, Mr. Daily Insight. Like, come on. You're focusing on the wrong thing. Those billionaires struggling to put a golden roof over their head. Yeah, apparently. Fucking hell.
Land is seen as not enough. Although it is the biggest native title payment in Australian history, in the world of modern grievance and victimhood, sadly, it's only seen as a big fat bag of salty peanuts. It's a reminder that the most exclusive club in this country is the one that cannot be acquired by merit, purchase, or citizenship alone. You either have the 200-year-old connection to the dirt, or you're just another person struggling to pay the rent.
Yes, just like Twiggy, who's a fucking Aussie battler, hey? We heard him say that multiple times, that he's an Aussie battler. Like, okay, fine. Go after these people, okay? These greedy people who aren't happy with 150 million. But this guy, Daily Insight, must be fucking furious about Twiggy then, extracting tens of billions of dollars from the land. Hey, he must be fucking furious about Twiggy. Nope. I think it ends there. He didn't even talk about being angry at Twiggy. Outrageous. It's almost like this guy just makes rage bait and culture warrior content. He's not worried about the class war at all. It's just the culture war. Oh my God. I think we've got this guy pinned. He's a culture warrior. Can't believe we watched Daily Insight twice now on this stream. And it's not Far Right Fridays. Who called that before? They're like, are we sure we should be doing this? It's not Far Right Fridays yet. Should we be doing this? I don't know. Very interesting. Well, we watched it. You said that before? Yeah, well, I think you were onto something. You were definitely onto something. All right, I do want to finish off our great gas debate, to be honest. There's one other thing that I wanted to watch, unless other people have got information about the great gas debate. But before we do that, quick break. Hold on, we'll be right back. All right. If they didn't mine the oil, would Twiggy have the startup to build renewables? No. I'm going to say no. Unless that's a leading question. No, I don't think he would. I don't even watch Daily Insight, LOL. I was looking up what was said about this last night and saw the title and thumbnail and had to click. I couldn't help myself. I feel like we are just circling the same talking points with the gas debate now. Yeah, I guess. I don't even know if there's anything new in this conversation. But like it's almost finished, right? The great gas debate. This was the first time I saw them like table the idea of there being $350 million of lost revenue. So I do want to see what they have to say about this. So the ends justify the means, LOL. Yes, that's true. Yeah. He should take the iron ore out of the ground so he could make a carbon neutral fleet or mining operation. Yes. But like, should he take the iron ore out of the ground and have exclusive rights over it? I think that's what that guy from Daily Insight was complaining about. No one should have exclusive rights over something. That's outrageous. Yes, just like Twiggy does. Okay. A 1% or 1.5% tax really isn't that much. Yeah, fair enough. All right, let us put a final nail in the coffin of the great gas debate then. I think this is the end of it after 2 weeks now. It really was a slap on the wrist, really. Has Jordy's put out a gas video yet? I have a feeling he would just shill the gas lobby talking points because of Labour. I don't know. You tell me. Captain Bucket will know. I had a feeling he would just shield the gas lobby talking points because of Labour. I guess so. Like, I guess. I'm not sure, to be honest. Captain Bucket, are you there? You would know. Rather than tax, wouldn't it be better to say they owe 25% free gas for whatever they export? Rather than tax, wouldn't it be better to say they owe 25% free gas for whatever they export? They can ship the same amount over, making all the same profits. We just get free gas. That's an interesting point. Like, just give us 25% of the gas. Let's not talk about profits or revenue. We don't want to put pressure on you, but like, give us 25% of the booty, and then we'll do what we want with the gas. It sounds like a lot, but you're talking about 10 million in product throughput. I thought mining was bad because of the environment. I guess it depends on how you practice your mining, but like, it's like anything. Erecting a house is technically bad for the environment because, like, you know, you have to clear the land. So like, anything you do has an environmental impact. It's the impact that we live with, or we choose to live with as a society. I'm down with that. Just to give Australians free gas, and then we'll sell it on the global market. Yeah. A domestic reserve, like what West Australia have. They have 15% reserve on extracted gas. Interesting.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Richard Dennis. I'm co-CEO at the Australia Institute, and really excited to be talking to you again this morning about why Australia needs a 25% export gas tax in a hurry. Some of you were here a week ago, and in that week, Australia has foregone $350 million. If this press conference goes for 10 minutes today, we will miss out on $350,000. Australians are sick of the delay. They are sick of the excuses. It is time for Australia to have a 25% gas export tax, and the longer the Parliament dithers, the bigger the budget deficit will be. The longer the Parliament dithers, the more opportunities we miss out on to help Australians dealing with a cost of living crisis. I'm really excited to see that we're joined today by so many crossbenchers, more than last week, in fact. So I'm just going to hand over to Ed Husick first. We'll all say a few words, and then we can take your questions.
Thanks. Not a crossbencher. But I get the gist.
And backbenchers.
I get the gist. Thanks, everyone, for this today. I also just want to start by thanking the Australia Institute for their consistent and evidence-based advocacy on this issue. It has been very important. And given how much this press conference is costing us, apparently, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. But I will make these points. When it comes to our resources and our national interest, Australia cannot be meek. It cannot be timid. If other countries had access to the volumes of gas that we do, you can absolutely bet they would make sure they get their fair share first. Very important. And Australia needs to step up and do the same. Now, I note that the gas companies are already ramping up their ad campaigns, pouring in millions to try and scare us off from doing just that. Aussie manufacturers can't get a fair deal on their gas contracts, but the gas companies can pour millions into campaigns defending their right to war profits, and that's not on. I think there are three things that we should absolutely be doing. One, we should be looking at what the Australia Institute has put forward in terms of taxing gas exports. Two, we need to stop the absolutely abusive and outrageous resale of Australian gas by foreign buyers. And three, I've written to the Treasurer asking him to put in further powers for the ACCC to keep tabs on gas prices and to ensure that if these get out of line, that we are prepared to reinstitute price caps. I'll end on this point. This is not a right-wing issue. It's not a left-wing issue. It is an issue that unites people across the political spectrum because all Australians believe we should have our gas at our prices.
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's an honour to be joining my colleagues here to fight for this really important cause for our communities, but also for our countries. And I think when you raise this issue with constituents, they basically all say, we want a fair return for our national resources. And I don't think that's too much to ask. They see skyrocketing fuel prices, skyrocketing energy prices, and they want to know how come our country is not getting a fair return for a really important national resource. We also look at the tracker here, which is at just over 68 billion now, and people are thinking, imagine all of the things that we could buy for our country, all of the hospitals, all of the schools, all of the roads that we could get if we actually made the most of our precious national resources. And at the moment in the central west of New South Wales, the Great Western Highway is closed.
If we were keeping the gas, we would care. We wouldn't care about other countries price gouging other countries. I wonder if any of the major parties will take this issue to the next election. I know Greens will, but who else will try and siphon votes for it? Well, like, that's interesting because we heard in the victory speech, meeting complete. We heard in the victory speech for Farah when Pauline Hanson, she started talking about the gas, actually. She was like, yeah, we need to do something about gas. And like, so we can get more for Australians or something. She didn't specifically, if I recall properly, someone correct me if I'm wrong. But like, she was kind of like, oh yeah, we need to do something so we can get more from our gas, from our resources. So she wasn't like, I don't think she was advocating for the 25% export tax, but she's picking up on the vibe that this is now part of the public consciousness and needs to be addressed. And it's a fucking vote spinner for sure. So whoever picks this one up will get it. All right, let's just give Pauline her time in the sun, but then kick her out. Let's give her a time in the sun and see if the CIA kicks her out. How about that? We'll see if the theories are still true that they're involved in Australian politics as we, the very obedient vassal state, very strategically important vassal state. Let's see if that theory still holds any truth to it, hey? I don't think we're going to hear anything but like empty rhetoric. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Like we got the 350 mil stat. I don't think we're going to get anything else from this, to be honest. She's mentioned a new gas plan a few times now. I guess it really has resonated with a One Nation voter base then. So she has to start talking about a new gas plan. Interesting. So I guess, yeah, the Australia Institute, the Greens, the Independents here, they've really unleashed a big conversation point for the Australian voters, right? 50% tax on all resources leaving the country. Is Australia not their tax-free gold mine? Yeah, why the fuck not? Drill, baby, drill while we're at it, yeah? The planet Earth agrees. Yeah, drill, baby. Let's fucking rip the planet up. Because it's for Australia. Fucking go for it. This whole conversation is just full of so many contradictions. It's fucking, it's intense. Absolutely outrageous. All right, I actually, you know what? I don't want to spend any more time on this one. $350 million a week. That's the main takeaway from this one. Now, I have been threatening this for a while, but like we're going to be moving to some theory, actually. I'm not sure if any of the hardcore Marxists are still in the audience. I think 4IS is gone. Jag may still be here. But it's something that people can watch another time potentially. But we're going to go and actually do a little bit of theory stuff now. There was something that somebody put in the reactions a while ago. And it's a bit of rage bait, I think, for people that like to think they're Marxists. But this is from a guy called, I don't know, Henry Lai and the News. There's a guy that's speaking about why Marx's foundational concepts made no sense. Socially necessary labor time can't be measured or tested. And so we're going to have a look at some theory stuff. And like, this is really dense, what this guy talks about. It's really, really dense, unless you're like some like crazy Marxist, I don't know, university lecturer or something like that. This is not going to make any fucking sense, but it's not the point. I'm going to actually just use his talking points to try and explain some of the theory behind how capitalism works. I'm going to try out this for Theory Thursdays and see how we go. I just don't see the gas tax fixing the economy. We should be putting our focus into other areas that are affecting our cost of living. It's just getting too hard. I've personally given up on trying to get ahead and just living each day as it comes. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And like, to be fair though, like if the gas tax could raise $70 billion or should have raised $70 billion by now, given what's happened, it's really hard to tell when they measure from, but like, that would have been great for Australia, right? And like, we need to just rethink resources generally. I don't think the gas tax is anything more, to be honest, than a structured attack campaign from one section of the capitalist class on the other. And so like, they understand that people's thirst for resource sovereignty is high in this country. And so they're just playing us on that one. But like, it's not wrong to want to get that value back for the Australian people. Like you said, I'm sure we could just do this a better way. There's something else that we should be focusing on. And I think that should be nationalizing it. Like maybe not taxing it, because like it's obvious the tax policies where giant corporations get to hide in the shadows or offshore their profits so they don't have to pay anything. So taxation policy might not work. They might even try and find a creative way around getting around, like, an export tax even. If they set up a company in Australia and sell it to an Australian company, then they haven't exported it, and then that Australian company then sends it overseas on the world market. Like, they can find creative ways of getting around an export tax too. But like, what if we actually not nationalize it, because that seems to be scary apparently, but like, what if Australia had a share in the corporations themselves that go in like a public-private partnership or a joint venture or something like that? We, the Australian people, in order for you to get a license to drill here, we have a 50% claim in the project. Like, we have an equity in the project itself. Like, that would make a lot more sense, because we actually have a vested interest in that project and we can extract value from it. We have ownership of the means of production. And like, that makes a lot more sense. Then like, even if they tax scam us, if we have a share in the project, then we know how much gas is coming and going, etc., 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 because we're part of that enterprise. And then we have a stake in it. We have a say. Like, we have control. That would be, I think, a better way. And that's like, if we're talking about why China, we've been speaking about it all day, why China has risen to be a global powerhouse, it's because they haven't let foreign capital come in and do that. And so we should, we could learn lessons. If we want to continue playing within capitalism's rules and playing by the rules and the dictates of the free market, you could learn a lot from China, I would say. And that's definitely how they do that. You have foreign capital coming in, that's fine. China has 50% share. And you have to hire like Chinese people so they can understand how the business operates. So like, not only would like we be getting a 50% share, but like we'd be training Australians to understand how to do gas, and like using that experience to then maybe even potentially do our own operations and not rely on, these large American corporations who have incredible understanding on how to do gas extraction. We could potentially do it ourselves or something like that, or eventually do it ourselves. Like we get that industry knowledge, which is worth a lot as well. Yeah, but do you really see that money actually going to helping the punters? They can say that it could go here and there, but let's face it, the government will just put it into another way to help the ultra wealthy. But like, you know, yeah, probably like they'll give subsidies or tax breaks somewhere else. But like, you know, some of it, like this is neoliberalism, some of it might trickle down. Like they might increase like services, Medicare services, or public housing potentially. They might throw more money at like housing initiatives and stuff like that, giving us all a break. So like, you're right, we won't see all $70 billion, but like, you know, if we see like a tenth of that, while the wealthy get decisions and policies made in their interests, like that is something. But is it going to help us who kind of live from week to week? No, it's not. It's not going to help us at all. But like, I think, yeah, getting an equity share in the project itself, that's a game changer. And like, you have these people like punters and the Australia Institute, like, you know, Norway. It's like, well, if you want to be like Norway or like China, like let's fucking do it. Eh? Let's do this. Anyway, let's have a listen to this. This is something that someone had put on Discord a while ago. Have a look at this, and I'll explain as much as I can, and like if you're interested, we'll unpack what this guy's talking about.
Currently, my top ideological enemy is certainly the MAGA crowd, but I do want to spend another video bitching about the Marxist far left, because firstly, the
Marxist far left, they're good.
Radical communist ideas can make people cynical about voting and reduce the election turnout, which is pretty tragic in my view. And secondly, some young people love communism so much that they have a thing for Russia by association. And that affects their foreign policy judgment and gives Trump a pass for selling out to Putin. Last time I made a video criticizing the communist theories in an accessible way, and apparently some people thought that was all I knew. Guys, I admit I wasn't very successful as a scholar, but I did manage to get a PhD in political science and published a book specifically about how institutional design affects equality. So I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. My Marxist training in Chinese high schools in the 90s, they were propaganda driven, sure, but they involved a lot of details. Those exams were not easy to pass, guys. I bet none of the TikTok communists can handle them. So today, I want to...
What about you? Are you a TikTok communist? I wonder if I would qualify as a TikTok communist. Guess I'd have to use TikTok first, or better, to be a TikTok communist.
Address Marx in a more technical way. If you claim to be a Marxist, you must have heard the term socially necessary labor time. It's such a fundamental concept of the entire Marxist conceptual framework. Everything from...
Okay, hold up. Where do I begin? Now, in a Marxist understanding of how economics works, but it's not even Marxist. Let's just go back to original, like classic economics, right? Something like what Adam Smith used to talk about. They talk about like, you know, land, labor, capital, like the real basics. There's this idea in classical economics, at like the beginning of industrial capitalism, that labor is the source of all value. All right, this is a really fundamental notion, and if you want to understand like economics 101, and like labor is the source of all value because like humans make value. Like value is like this subjective idea, right? So like we value stuff. Like I value, I don't know, a shirt that my grandmother gave to me before she died because like it gives me sentimental value. So there's value that is like subjective, like non-real. And there's like objective value. There's real value. And so like value only exists because of humans. So humans make shit. Like we do stuff. Like if you are hungry, you make yourself a sandwich. You're like producing value, like a sandwich that wasn't there before. So like the source of this value, this sandwich, and you're making it for yourself. You're not trying to sell it on the market or something like that. But like the source of this new value, this legendary sandwich that you've made, like you are the source of that value. It wasn't there before. The sandwich has come into existence because of you and your labor. Like you went through the effort. Now I want a sandwich. But like, you know what I mean? Like sandwiches don't exist in nature. Okay. Like humans make sandwiches. And so value is a result of human labor. It's a thing. Like humans make value. So like this was a commonly held idea in classical political economy or classic economics, that humans actually make labor, make value. Like value isn't like this thing which like developed later, this idea that like value is around because of supply and demand. So like if I'm if I need water because I'm thirsty, then I value water. And so like water now has value. But if I'm not thirsty, then there's no value in water. Like that doesn't really, like that makes sense in the sense that like subjectively, fuck, I'm thirsty, so water's really valuable to me, so I'll pay for it. Like that's another way of thinking about value. And that's what like kind of new economics will talk about value in terms of supply and demand. But like for the classical, I get it now. Humans make sandwiches. Of course, it all makes sense. But like for new economics, value is all about like supply and demand in markets and stuff like that. So like if there's no demand for something, then it's not valuable. If there is demand for something, then there's value. But like that's not originally how the classical economists thought about value. They thought about like you get labor and you put it to work, and laborers will make things with their hands, their effort, maybe their cognitive skills. They'll make stuff that wasn't there before, and all of a sudden you've got new values that you can trade like in a market system, in the marketplace and all that sort of stuff. So like there was this understanding, I think, in Marx's time and around the time of industrialization under capitalism, laborers make sandwiches. Yes, I think I'm going to get a lot of this sarcasm as we go through this. But like anyway, like this wasn't just a given that value comes from humans. Humans decide what is valuable. Like even if like you go out there and say, oh, look, there's coal over there, right? Coal is valuable. There's no humans that did anything there. Hey, it's just over there in the ground. It's got value. Yes, it does have value once a human goes over and extracts the coal, and it's their labor, like getting the coal out of the ground and then transporting it to a marketplace where it can be sold to someone else that ends up in someone's, I don't know, fireplace to heat their home, or it ends up in a furnace somewhere to produce energy. The labor is what gives value to the coal, not the fact that it's just coal sitting in the ground. It's labor, which is the source. It's the source of all value. Like, think of labor as the thing that produces value. Anyway, long story short, I think maybe I've started way too, like this guy's way too complex just to give basic understanding. But if you can understand that concept though, this is all going to make a lot more sense. So Marx developed a theory on top of labor theory of value. So that's the labor theory of value. And this is pretty much accepted. But like I was saying, like classic economists, like, Ricardo or Adam Smith, like the father of the modern liberal movement and all that sort of stuff. Liberal economics, anyway. Understanding. Sweet dinosaur juice, what, coal and fossil fuels. Labor produces is the thing that makes value for everyone. That's the labor theory of value. Now, Marx came up with this idea of surplus value theory. So surplus value theory is this idea that, okay, we know that like labor, like humans doing stuff, makes value, that you can extract surplus value of people doing stuff, and then you get to decide what to do with that surplus value. So like, let's just say you lived in like a community that was self-sufficient. Everybody chipped in, like, I don't know, the Amish or something like that, or a hunter-gatherer group. Like everybody chips in and does their part. And like whatever you produce together as a community, like food and the housing that you live with, the clothing that you all make, like whatever you make to survive and have your nice existence, like everybody chips in and produces stuff together as a group, and whatever value you're producing, like I said, housing, food, clothing, whatever, luxuries, whatever the fuck, that labor is kept within the group, and like whatever surplus is produced, you all consume together. All right. So like if I'm in charge of making food and I make additional food that can feed the entire community while somebody else makes clothes, and they make additional clothes that they don't have to wear, but they make clothes for everybody else to wear, the surplus is captured by the group. And so like everybody kind of enjoys that. But like in like Marxist kind of understanding of how society works, and this is the basis of the idea of class, the class system in a Marxist, like, this is why you hear me talk about class warfare. A class system is only something, it's not like about middle classes and the lower classes and the upper classes or the consumer class and like all this sort of stuff. A system of class is only based on economics, which is like there's a group of people that make value, so laborers, who are usually like slaves, wage workers, serfs or peasants, the laboring class who makes value, and then a ruling class who sits over the top and decides what to do with the value they produce. This is the class system as like Marx had described it. And so usually that ruling class, you could, I don't know, maybe they're an aristocracy, maybe they're like kings or something like that, and lords, or maybe they're capitalists. Like they get to decide what to do with the value that a laboring class of people makes. And now in a society where you have classes, you have all of the laboring people, usually a majority, but I guess it doesn't have to be, but a majority of people that work and they produce value, but it's not just value to sustain their own existence. Like they don't just make value enough so they survive as an individual and as a group of laborers or working class. They don't just make enough so they reproduce their existence. They actually produce more value, and then the capitalist class or the ruling class, whoever it is, gets to choose what to do with that extra value. That is actually the basis of civilization. There was a point in time, like hunter-gatherer society, let's say, where we were basically pretty equal. We made value as a group for the community that we lived in, and like nobody really was in charge of any of the additional value. We all shared all that additional value amongst ourselves. Then we got into more complex or higher civilization forms, and then there was a group of people that started to own or decide what to do with all of the value that everybody created. So surplus value theory comes down to the idea that you have a group of people who are in charge of a working group of people, a group that produces all the value, and they take the surplus, the extra value, that is above what the workers need just to survive, and they get to decide what to do with it. So in slave societies, you had a bunch of slaves. They made way more than they needed to survive, and then the ruling group, like the masters of the slaves, got to decide what to do with all the surplus value. In feudal societies, in medieval times, you had peasants, etc., and like lords would decide what to do with all the surplus value that they created, and they were in control of that. Now, in the industrial age, in current societies, in the free market, in capitalism, we have a group of capitalists who put us together, us wage workers, us people that get a salary, all that sort of stuff. They put us to work and we produce value, but we produce more than what we need, or what we need as individuals anyway, to survive. And we produce way more actually now, because we have such great technology, but we produce more than we need, and they get to decide what to do with all of that extra value. And that's the basis for their profit. So surplus value is actually really important in like a Marxist understanding of how capitalism works, because like profit doesn't just come from like, you know, the government's printing money or something like that. The basis of profit is the fact that a capitalist will hire a whole bunch of workers to produce enough to cover their wage, so like how much they're worth, so cover the value that they're worth, and then they're actually paying them to make extra value beyond that, well beyond that, which is the surplus value. And the surplus value, you hear these terms get thrown around and they're interchangeable, but they're not really interchangeable terms at all. Surplus value is just the additional shit that a worker will make in their daily routine above the value that it takes to reproduce them as a laborer. And that's the basis for profit. The capitalist then has to do work, okay? This is really important. Like, I don't think Marx's understanding of things ever discounts the fact that a capitalist then has to do work with that surplus value to turn it into a profit. And that's why capitalism is so much more productive than like a lord to serf relationship. Because like a capitalist actually has to take that surplus value and do something with it. They have to put it on the market and they have to try and turn it into profit, which is usually measured in monetary value somehow. Basically a co-op. They were pretty much non-hierarchical, not Stalin-style communism. Basically a co-op setup as far as we can tell. Sorry, I missed something. Indus Valley culture was communist. At the time, they were one of the largest societies humans had managed so far. Yeah, bad bot. Fuck off, bot. If I buy bread, peanut butter, and jam, and I put that together for profit, am I a filthy capitalist by selling sandwiches? No. You're only a capitalist if you buy bread, peanut butter, and jam and get a bunch of workers or one worker to put them together for you for profit. Then you're a filthy capitalist. I was talking about the Indus Valley civilization. Yes, okay, got it. Yeah, they were way more closer to the way of like working things out on a communistic style setting than anything that we have these days. So like, no, this is a very important distinction. I'm not sure if you're just being sarcastic or not, but like it's actually it's a fair question. Like, no, if you just sell shit, you're not a capitalist. A capitalist is someone, and this is why I talked about labor so much. A capitalist is someone who knows that people make value. It's humans who do shit that make value that wasn't there before. Like labor is like this magical thing, right? You can buy like peanut butter sandwiches, right, from somebody else and then sell those same peanut butter sandwiches for more than you bought them for and make a profit. But like you haven't produced any value. You just took peanut butter sandwiches here and you bought them for $5 and now you sell them for $10 and you made $5 profit. You're not producing value. You're just like playing with money, and like you just need money in circulation to make that game work. There's no value created in that process. It's only if you take $5 and you buy the ingredients for peanut butter sandwiches and somebody's labor power, and you turn that into new sandwiches that weren't there before by using, like, saying to a laborer, say, go and make sandwiches for me. And they create more sandwiches than you're paying them for. Like, they produce more value than you're paying them for. Then you've now got surplus value of that person. And that's why people say that capitalism is exploitative. Because technically, the worker, the laborer, whoever you've hired to make your peanut butter sandwiches for you, you're not paying them for the sandwiches. You're just paying them a wage. You're saying, I'll give you $5 to make sandwiches for me. And they make like $10 worth of sandwiches. You're only paying them $5. But like, it's their labor that made the $10 worth of sandwiches. It's their labor, which is the magic ingredient that made value that wasn't there before. And you're not paying them for the true value that they're creating. You're shortchanging them technically. And then you're going to take their stuff and sell that for a profit. That's why people say that capitalism is exploitative. So I'm only a filthy capitalist when I give people a decent wage for their hard work because I want to expand my business. So I'm only a filthy capitalist when I give people a decent wage for their hard work because I want, well, it depends what you mean by decent wage. But if you don't give them a decent wage, like if you mean decent wage as in like enough for them to survive, then yes, you're a dirty capitalist because you're not paying them for the full value. But he invested his capital, created a product for the market. That's capitalism, baby. Yes, that's capitalism. But like, it shouldn't be construed as paying labor its full worth. That's a really important distinction. In capitalists cannot pay laborers for the value that they're producing, because then they would never have any room for profit. In other words, a merchant who buys cheap and sells expensive then manipulate the market to create demand. You're a capitalist when you exploit others for personal gain. So long as you paid a fair price for the sandwich materials, it's not capitalism, it's just trade. The value is presenting the product to a new market that otherwise didn't have access to sandwiches, or a new type of sandwich, 50% better than last year's model sandwich. If you have employees, you're probably a capitalist. If you're one of the rare ones that give a fair wage, then no, you're not, but you won't be making big profits. Now, again, this is all pinning on the idea of what the fuck does a fair wage mean in the first place? Okay, this is a very important distinction. A fair wage might be a living wage. So like, I might be a capitalist who employs labor and like, okay, again, let's just run with the sandwich one, okay? You make $10 worth of sandwiches and I pay you $5 for the $10 worth of sandwiches you make. That $5 might be, relatively speaking, really good pay. Like, because there's someone down the road that's making the same sandwiches, but they only pay their workers $2 for every $10 worth of sandwiches they make. So you might be like, fuck, this guy's amazing. He pays me $5 for making $10 worth of sandwiches. You're still exploiting their labor because you're not paying the full price for it. And this is the big misnomer with capitalism, is that just because you have a fair contract with someone and you have a good wage, that doesn't mean they're actually paying you for all of the value that you're producing. As a baseline, capitalism pays enough, or capitalists, as a baseline, capitalists pay enough, just enough as a baseline, again, just enough for you to reproduce yourself as labor power. They only see workers as like these little machines that can use their labor to make more and more sandwiches. So they're paying not for a worker and not at like a fair wage. They're actually paying to get access to basically a human machine that can make fucking sandwiches. So they're actually only buying labor power. They're not trying to pay you a wage because they think it's fair. It's got nothing to do with fair. And that's why you have to be careful about saying like a decent wage, a fair wage. Like those are nice things to be paid well for your work. But like the system doesn't work of paying you as a worker exactly the value that you produce. That's the whole idea of surplus value theory. You could get paid really well, really, really fucking well, but like no capitalist is going to make like actual profit if they paid their workers what they were worth, like how much value they actually make. They must shortchange them somewhat in order for there to be room for this stuff called surplus value. They have to pay them less than the stuff they're producing. It doesn't make sense otherwise. If they are paying them their full value, they're not going to make any profit off them. They're not capitalists. They're just like managing a business for a whole bunch of workers. They're just like a manager. They're just a nice person who's got workers together, and they're just like, hey, you guys make a whole bunch of sandwiches and I'll just help you manage the process. That's not capitalism at all. I got to dash to the shops, but this is a good discussion. Well, good luck with your dash to the shops. I hope you buy yourself a peanut butter sandwich. Yeah, but that sandwich maker that pays less will get better profits and can use that to manipulate the market with marketing and advertising, lobbying, etc. Yes, okay, it all piles on from there. But like I think we're jumping the gun a little bit here. But yes, you're right. If you squeeze more out of your workers and you get more profit, you can use that extra profit for other things like improving your business and then fucking over the guy that pays their workers a decent wage or a better wage, etc., 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 etc. So like capitalism needs, this is a really long way of explaining all this, but like capitalism needs surplus value. Like it's fucking important, because if you don't have surplus value, then you don't have an actual basis for all the profit that's in your system. Because there are lots of people that actually don't, like they enter into business, but they're not producing anything, like using labor to create value, but they're still feeding off the profit that capitalism is making, like laborers are making in that system. And everyone feeds on this big profit ball that is being, or this surplus value ball to justify all of their existences. And so like all the different capitalists out there that put all of these different workforces to work to make value, they're all making surplus value together, and all of that value that is being produced goes to something called like the social value, which is everything that society or the human race makes, led by the capitalist classes who employ all the labor. That's all of the social value. Like some people refer to that like as GDP and all that. Like what's all the value that the or entire country makes through like producing goods and services. Like GDP is a measure of many things, but like you could argue if you just took the goods and the services that your country is producing, that is your social value. That's the shit that everybody makes together as one big citizenry. And the surplus value is the stuff that's left over after all the wages are paid. So after people have paid for their labor, all of the stuff that sits on top is the surplus value that we all produce together as a human race or a country or something like that. And capitalists, this is why it's capitalism, because typically it's capitalists who have control over that surplus value. They employ like armies, world populations of workers to make, they're only looking to get this stuff called surplus value. That's the entire point of capitalism. I appreciate your breakdown of it, E. Thank you. Thank you. Like, you know what? We used to do this all the time back in the day, but like I haven't done this for fucking months. Capitalism also needs minimum wages and unions so that cheap labor is never exploited. Well, yes, actually, it's a funny phenomenon that you're describing here, but like capitalism actually needs unions and minimum wages, because without that, one, their laborers die, and then if they kill all their laborers, then nobody makes value anymore. And two, like it sets a kind of a standard to having a consumer base. And so like if you have good unions and minimum wages, then workers, who are the vast majority of people out there, can actually spend money on the stuff that the capitalists make. So the capitalists need the workers to be paid. And this is why I said there's a baseline in that capitalists will pay. And the baseline is just enough. They'll pay their workers just enough so they can reproduce their existence and come to work the next day. And what does a worker need to reproduce his existence and come to work the next day? Well, they need some shelter, they need food and water and clothing. If those are all set, then that's the baseline. That's the minimum wage. Like, so when you hear people arguing about a minimum wage in your society, a minimum wage isn't like this magical number that people are just happy with because they feel good that they're getting paid this much an hour. A minimum wage is actually, how does that human reproduce themselves and other humans as well, if they've got like family, like kids and stuff, how do they reproduce themselves as a worker so they can come back to work the next day? And how do they reproduce another generation of workers so there's workers tomorrow? So like, are they getting paid enough to procreate and create more workers so we can feed those workers into the meat grinder of capitalism? Capitalism and communism both don't scale up very well, honestly. Wait. You're kind of discarding the monetary value that's attached to the logistics of business. It's not just surplus value from making a tasty sanger. All right, money sits on top of all of this, though. This is the problem. Don't think about money, okay? Like, money is extremely important, but like, there's something that actually happens before money. Like way before like money happens. We're talking about we're just talking about where the value in the world comes from. And the value in the world doesn't come from money and the brilliance of logistics. Like, value is actually coming from people. People do stuff. Like I said before, like the dinosaur juice that you were talking about. Dinosaur juice is just something in the ground until humans get access to it. And then humans will extract it and mine it and move it around and all that sort of stuff. And when humans interact with it, with their labor, when they do, like they interact with it and they work on it, they expend their effort and their energy on it, then it becomes an actual valuable. But it's that interaction with humans that makes value in the first place. But don't think about capitalism and communism as like, you know, you're thinking about them ideologically. Like, capitalism is more than an ideology. It's like an economic system where you have somebody who pulls together a bunch of laborers or labor power and uses that to create something that wasn't there before, some value that wasn't there before. So they can take that value and do something with it. And so then the capitalists will go off with that additional value after they've paid the expenses to the working class. They've paid their expenses of like buying like, you know, things that they need to work on. After they've covered those expenses, then they've got value, additional value on top of that, and they can take that to market and make profit off it. But it's only valuable if someone buys it. Yes, okay, and money is important. I did say that. Money is very important because at the end of the day, surplus value, I said this before, surplus value is measured in money. So in order to realize your surplus value and your profit, you have to have it converted into money. So yes, they take it to market and they convert it into money. And then once it's converted into money, they put that back into the system. They hire more labor, buy more stuff, and then make more surplus value. So yes, it's cyclical, but money, don't start with the idea that money is what is important. That's why I went straight back to like slave societies and medieval times. There's always been this dichotomy between a ruling group of people and a laboring group of people, and the laboring group of people makes surplus value, and that ruling group of people just gets to decide what to do with it. Now the ruling group of people decide to take that surplus value, convert it into money for profit. But it doesn't always have to be like that. It doesn't have to be like that. you can have systems, previous modes of economy, where you can have a ruling group of people who get surplus and additional value out of all of these workers, but they don't make profit out of it. They can just store it. Like if they're making food, they just store the food, and then they use that to feed their armies and feed their clergies and their nobility and all that sort of stuff. Or they use it to feed like a guild of skilled artisans who make their clothes and things for them. They build their castles or fucking whatever. It doesn't have to be through a monetary system, but like money is super important. And fucking makes this whole system really, really fucking complicated. Anyway, really long story. This guy's talking about socially necessary labor time. And so like, I'll put it to you, this because it's kind of funny. Like someone will be like, okay, so labor is the source of all value, right? All right, well then how about this? I'm just going to spend all my time laboring away at making sandwiches. And no, let's not use sandwiches. Let's use something really stupid. I'm going to make mud pies. Okay. So like, I'm going to go outside and spend all of my time making, mud, like mixing water and earth together and making mud pies. And because I'm putting all of this effort into it, right, and producing something that wasn't there before, I'm putting soil and water together in a little tin tray and trying to sell that to people. Like this, I've put labor into it. There's value there now, so it's worth something. What you have to understand is that if you're wasting your labor making shit that nobody wants, then like that's not going to produce value or surplus value because nobody wants that. So there's an element of need behind something. Somebody has to find whatever you're making useful, or you're laboring away for nothing. So there's a concept in this understanding of labor, meaning being you have to actually make something that somebody wants. Because like if you're just laboring away on something, then it's just fucking stupid. Like why would you do that? Like just because I like draw a stick figure on 100 pieces of paper and call it art, like if nobody needs 100 pieces of paper with a stick figure on it or 100 mud pies or something like that, like nobody is going to have any have any value for that. There's no value in what you're making because it's not useful. Your value needs to be directed at something that is potentially useful for it to be exchanged and exchangeable. So like you can't just labor away on fucking anything and be like, oh, labor equals value, right? Well, no. Labor is only going to produce value if it's needed. And so like that's the same thing as if like I spent all my time mining coal and like we had it's like the people that are like hanging in the mud and you're like, what the fuck are these guys doing? And they're like just playing with the mud in Monty Python, the Holy Grail. Like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Yeah. Slopping around in mud. Like it's useless what they're doing. So like their labor is useless. It's not producing value. Like labor has to produce value that is what they say in Marxism anyway, as producing use value. It has to have use value for it then to have exchange value, to be exchanged in a market system. Value, yes, is the thing that creates value. But if you're making stuff that nobody wants, then that's just stupid. And like you're not going to get surplus value. It's not going to be real value if it's got no actual application. It's just you're just expending your labor on something. And like people do that shit all the time. People do useless shit all the time. They spend their energy and activity making stuff that might just be a hobby for them, or might just be fun, or it might be like recreational. They're just doing it for themselves. And so like labor needs to be directed at something useful for it to have value. That's a really important component of this theory, because there's a lot of people that are just like, this idea that the labor theory of value is stupid, because like I'll just labor away on something like dumb And then the whole theory falls down. It's just like, yes, it does fall down because like nobody wants the dumb thing that you're laboring away on. Okay. It's like if you write a song and you spend hours writing a song and like it's really bad, nobody's going to listen to that. But like if you write a banger and then people want to buy that off you, then your labor has been productive. It's been useful and it has value. So like value, so like, yes, labor produces value, but it has to have use for society or for other people for it to also be valuable. So labor produces value, but it only does it under the condition that it's somewhat useful. That's an important distinction, a very important distinction, to be honest. Why weapons manufacturers need wars, hey? That's pretty funny, actually. We're an anarcho-syndicalist commune. Supreme executive power derives from a mandate from the masses, not from some farcical aquatic ceremony. That's pretty good. Moral of the story, sandwiches hold more value than mud pies, Professor E. Yes, this is very true. Very true. Again, but like it's not as much as you think though. Dilemmas, because if you make 1,000 sandwiches though, and like nobody wants to buy 1,000 sandwiches, then it has no use value. Now, you might think that that's absurd and like who would ever do that? But like capitalists do that all the time. Like capitalists will just make like heaps of something and then be like, oh shit, I can't sell this on the market because nobody wants these things. Like there's people out there that will like, print 1,000 copies of a book and nobody wants to read the book and they'll sell 100 copies. And some capitalist has invested in printing 1,000 books and buying all the labor and the materials that went into printing 1,000 books, but no one wants the book. And they'd sell 100 copies. Like you might think it's ludicrous that people would expend their labor on something that has no use value, but capitalists do it all the time. Like in agriculture, like food production, like there is so much food that is produced using labor and materials that like just sits in landfill and rots away. And because it has no use value, it can't be sold in time for it to have use, and it rots, then it fails to have the use value anymore because people don't want to eat rotting food, and it's wasted. Like there is like up until the war in Iran, America had all of these munitions that were not being used, and then they, as someone's already suggested, they created this war in Iran, and then all of a sudden there was a use value for these munitions, and now they've all been burnt through at an alarming rate. Like use value is incredibly important to validating your labor. And so like, yeah, sandwiches might be more valuable than mud pies, but only if people want sandwiches. If nobody gives a fuck about sandwiches, then the use value will disappear. Literally, how many Macca's burgers are thrown away a day? Yes, right? There's so much food wasted in capitalism. Like capitalism is a super productive form of economy, but just because it's really productive doesn't make you efficient. There's so much wastage in capitalism. And like that, largely that's a failure of distribution, I find as well. Like if you produce all of that stuff, if you could just get it, like it's not like there's not hungry people out there, but like there's certain countries that produce way more food than their local populations can consume. But like there's heaps of thousands, there's like billions of starving people across the planet. If we could just get them that food, then like that's like a big, that's like the $1 trillion question. How do we get that food out to everyone? But like capitalism doesn't really answer questions like that unless they're profitable. So if it's not profitable to distribute food to the world's populations, even though it's being produced, it'll cost money, it's not profitable at all, then the food will just go to waste. And so it has no use value and it disappears. So like you might think it's absurd that people will produce stuff and not use it, but like capitalism does that fucking all the time. All the fucking time. The trick is to make sandwiches out of sawdust. I'm loving it. I wonder if that's a reference to something real. Missiles do have expiry dates. True, capitalist uses sawdust in sandwiches, then bribes the health board to change the limits of sawdust allowed in sandwiches. My God, that's crazy. Anyway, again, long story to say that it doesn't even really stop there. He's talking about this idea of socially necessary labor time. And the idea of socially necessary labor time, again, is just like, okay, if labor produces value, right? And like, let's say it does have a use, then there's all these like ways of figuring out how much you pay laborers and all of that sort of stuff. And so like if you pay people by an hourly rate, et cetera, then like you can figure out how much you pay in wages to how much profit you're going to make. And like what he's explaining here, and I'll have to do this in another stream because I'm running out of time here, but he's explaining this idea, like there's this idea called socially necessary labor time, which like just because you labor on something for longer, so if I like take 10 hours to make a sandwich, I put more labor into it, right? Like because I've spent 10 hours to make a sandwich. And so like, oh my God, there's 10 hours worth of labor in that sandwich. But like this guy over here makes that same sandwich in 10 minutes. Does that mean that my 10-hour sandwich is worth more than a 10-minute made sandwich? Because like I put 10 hours of effort into that sandwich? Well, no, that's just ridiculous. Like if you want to spend 10 hours making a sandwich, that's up to you. But you're making the same sandwich that somebody can make in 10 minutes, then like you're an idiot for making it, for taking 10 hours to make that sandwich. So this is the idea of socially necessary labor time. So like that's why there's a lot of caveats or conditions on labor, I can say. But so like, yeah, labor makes value, but like just because you spend more labor doing something than somebody else does who can do it faster than you doesn't mean that thing is more valuable either. Mamupa in the house and coming in with a fucking super chat. You legend. Wait, have you been listening to this, Mamupa, or did you just come in? Let me know, please. Because the other day we were talking about like communism and stuff, and I was explaining what communism might look like in the future. And like you were like, oh yeah, tell us about communism. And I thought you were being a smart ass. And you were like, no, I actually want to learn about this. This seems interesting. But like, yeah, I'm going to do like theory on Thursdays. So yeah, I hope you've been around for this. The trick is to wait for the bakery to begin to close so you can get the free unsold bread. Yeah, nah, I just finished work. Sorry. Okay. I've just been giving a bit of a lesson on like the idea of value and how all of that sort of stuff works. And like from a Marxist perspective anyway. Like modern economists, like what I'm talking about right now, modern economists think that this stuff is absolutely outrageous and Marx is a fucking crazy, he's like a lunatic kind of thing, and value only works because of supply and demand and all this sort of stuff. Which is like kind of true, but like the value itself has got to come from somewhere. So like, yeah, supply and demand is really fucking important. But like it's not the source of value as modern economists think. Mr. Mr. Education. But yeah, thank you though for the super chat, man. I do appreciate it. I'm trying to listen while working. You can almost buy a Big Mac with 5. You know what? Almost. But like what it does do, honestly, when you guys give like super chats and stuff like that, I have all of these subscriptions to all these things just so I can stream, and like it actually pays them like on a monthly basis. It covers the cost of my subscriptions to various services so I can stream. So like in the aggregate, goddamn. Mr. Punter E. Raygon, fuck off. Oh my God. Never gonna live this one down. But yes, all right. I will do some more of these theories if you guys are interested. But yeah, that's like a crash course in the absolute fundamentals of like how the economy fits together and like what capitalism is even about. Not even a meal. No, it's just covering my costs of streaming. All right, let's do this then. just for you, Captain Bucket, before we finish off today, before I've got to bounce. We'll leave this guy to another time. Let's do this. Stop reminding yourself our national trauma, mentioning Reagan. A succulent Chinese meal. No, not even a succulent Chinese meal.
Man, sorry. What knight lives in that castle over there? I'm 37. What? I'm 37, I'm not old. Well, I can't just call you man. You could say Dennis. I didn't know you were called Dennis. Well, you didn't bother to find out, did you? I did say sorry about the old woman, but from behind you looked... What I object to is you automatically treat me like an inferior. Well, I am king. Oh, king, eh? Very nice. And how'd you get that, eh? By exploiting the workers. By hanging on to outdated imperialist
I'm Dennis. Listen to the rhetoric he spills here. It's so good. I remember watching this when I was a kid. And like my dad laughing at it and stuff. I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? He's speaking another language? Oh my god, it crashed? Oh, fuck. It's not paused. It's not paused. This happened this morning. Something's wrong with my OBS. Fuck. I wonder if that means this is not working. Yes. Shit. Alright, this is why I had to stop the stream this morning. Something crashed with my OBS. I'm gonna have to fix OBS. I'm laughing at nothing? Damn it. Damn it. Alright, well look, I'm gonna have to cut it there. My OBS is crashing out again. This is actually funny, seeing you react to a pause vid. Fuck. If you were here this morning when we started, like I got about half an hour into the stream and my the software that I use to stream started crashing out and pausing videos and stuff. So we're gonna have to fix that. I hope it's okay for Far Right Fridays tomorrow. We actually see the chat update. Oh, okay, right. Anyway, I've got to bounce. Thank you everyone for today. I'm going to try and fix OBS. God, I hope it works. And we'll be ready for Far Right Fridays tomorrow. If you are thinking of submitting any content for Far Right Fridays, like tag me in it. That would be good so I can check it out. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. Hi to Sausage, Con, Captain Bucket, Wookie, Dilemmas, Mamupa. Thanks for the super chat. I got another super chat this morning. I'm pretty sure that was Ravy Baby, so thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it. Violent Quinn, you've been hanging out all day. Hobo Joe's been in the house too. Who else we got? KK Online was here earlier too, hanging out. Have I missed anyone? No, I said Wookie already. Jag was in earlier, so was 4IS. I think Voltator was in the house earlier too. Spandonk was coming in for a little bit. I can't go back all the way, but yeah, if you've been interacting, thank you very much. And we'll be back tomorrow for Far Right Fridays. And hopefully I've got my OBS sorted. God, I hope it's back online. I threw a couple in topic suggestions, didn't tag you though. All right, I'll check it out anyway. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. And we will be back. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I'll see you on the morrow. Cheers.